Okay, hello everybody. Sorry, I took a little bit longer starting the stream today because I wanted to type out that intro message. Although I guess it's at this new time. I've been starting at 8 because I've been waking up earlier. Hey, ABC. Hey, 715209. And hey, David. And Strawn, welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Becca. So we made some good progress yesterday. I mostly worked on the Fever Dream game. And now today I would like to get done with the story beats that we have. So where we this game is right now, you go from the platformer to the Architect's Realm to the Office to the farming game to the Fever Dream game, back to the realm to the Office, I guess. I mean, this part repeats. And then back into the farming game. So it kind of looks like these two things match up pretty well in terms of symmetry. But now you can make it farther in the farming game. Hey, Ryan. So something's got to teleport you back there, and something's got to change the text on this too. I think this runs in here. Yeah. I mean, for now, it can just be the exact same cutscene. We have, yeah, first line and second line. I guess the second time you get into this, we can set this to, instead of you shouldn't be here, it says you again. So we should keep track of which number you're on in the game. We'll need some kind of like save data for that. Hey, Nords. Welcome in. Huh. So where should I do this? Well, actually, let me think about this a little bit longer. We have the cutscene here. The cutscene's probably eventually just going to be different. For now, it's the same general thing. Where's the light? Here it is. Yeah, this character's just going to slide over there. They're going to eventually start talking. Yeah. Oh, it plays the sound right in the editor. Also, this text that shows up, I don't like how that keeps happening because I'm not replaying this. This text that shows up should probably have an outline on this. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that. Let's go add one really fast. So outline and outline, yeah. Maybe like 8 pixels. And then the outline color can be like a darker red. There we go. And probably the same thing, we should have an outline here too. Constants. Outline. This one can be a little bit smaller. Yeah, just like that. Okay. This is not what I wanted to do right now. So let's just make architect text easier to read. I added outlines. Yeah. Hey, Leap Your Girl. Have an interview tomorrow with a AAA game studio. Super excited. Congrats. Nice. To even get the interview is already an accomplishment. I wish you luck. Is it Heroes? How about outline white? I'm not actually looking to make this look too much better right now. It's just something to just make it stand out a bit, because this text might get changed eventually. But that's what I want to do, is pave the way for the second cutscene. Like for the demo, the cutscene here will probably look pretty similar to what we have. So we just need to change the text at the very least. And yeah, let's just go with the easiest way to do this then, which is just keep track of, yeah, so we need to know that we're here for the second time. This means storing the information somewhere. We probably are going to want some like stand-in for us for save data. Yeah. And this would persist throughout the whole game, right? So we could add in like a save system here or something. I mean, something just needs to store a Boolean for now. Well, more than a Boolean, probably. Like, I should also know your current game. Yeah, we're going to need to, you know what, I'll write this down in the afternoon. Like, we need some way to know exactly what part of the game you're at. There should probably be a shared interface for each game. with a finished game event, an ID for the game, an ID for the like sub stage in the game, or maybe like save data for that game. For now, yeah, let's keep this super cheap. Like I said, I want to kind of barrel through all of this if I can. So let's make a, how do I want to do this? If I make a new node and I attach a script and I call it the save system and it's got a Boolean in there somewhere, something's going to need to read from this. I guess when we initialize each game, we can initialize it with the save system. Let's just do that for now. And I can write that this is hastily written. The audio system right now is in here. Yeah, let's make a new directory, saves. Or saved games, saves. Yeah, saves, okay. All right, now we make a class in here called the save system and just write directly in here. So this is partial. I guess it technically implements node, although we don't need that. This is, so at the time of writing, this is meant to be a very simple approach to storing save data. It doesn't even get persisted to disk. So we need to keep track of public static bool is in office for second time. Yeah, I want to track this for right now. And now we need to try using this. Hey, Illusionary Moon. We need to try using this. So this goes into the platformer game. And we have some like create the office in here. I guess it's in base platformer game. Office. Here it is. And in the office scene, we have a script. And we're going to tell it when we initialize it, I guess. What the save data is. Which means each game should probably need to know this. Yeah. So private save system, save system. And then when we initialize the office, initialize it with the save system. Then go modify this. Did it work? I think it did. Yeah, there it is. And what we'll use this for is getting the first line of text. So rich, is it even rich text label? Yeah, rich text label. First text line equals get node. This is just called first line. And then if the save system is on its second time in the office, which why is this? Oh, I made it static. I mean, if we're going to pass it around, then it's got to be a Boolean. And then it's got to be encapsulated in a field, right? And then we don't need this or this. We do probably want this to be public here, but yeah, let's, like I said, this is just supposed to be pretty simple. So for the second time, then we say the first text line is supposed to be you again, interrobang. Is that right? Yeah, you again. Okay. That's good. Now we need to set this correctly. So in the Fever Dream game, I guess that means we need this save system here. I want to be very careful about how I do this. Also, main doesn't even fetch the system, and I didn't add it over here. So let's go do all of that stuff. Save system goes into this. Cool. Let's fetch it from main. Private save system. Come on. Okay. Then go get it here. Cool. Me. Imagine threatening viewers on your Twitch stream. Get out. Same bright red text. Hey, Frame Queen, did you draw the art? No, I don't do any artwork. I'm very, very bad at artwork. I've got some credits here, but this project is so new and it's not public yet that I haven't. Yeah, I'll just write asset packs. I will eventually write these out here. I just haven't, yeah. As of this date, I've purchased several asset packs on itch, but haven't written them out here yet. I will do that as we get closer to releasing a public demo. Yeah. So it is very important to me to credit people for their work, but I just haven't had time to make a credit screen. I haven't had time to do a lot of things yet. And it's not like the game's out. It's not like I release it and I'm like, oh, I'll get to giving people credit later. But yeah, I did not do the art. Oh, good. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, I really like the artwork that we have. I also did not make the artwork for Skeleseller. That was also asset packs. And then Quickie Joe did a lot of custom work for this. So like all the UI elements that you see here, the bosses that you see, the character portraits, like I'd say it's more custom work than it is asset pack work. And yeah, it looks really nice. So I think for this game, it lends itself incredibly well to using asset packs because it's really a combination of many different sub games, and those sub games can use practically any pack that you find online. So like we'll probably make a space shooter in here at some point. And yeah, maybe you only end up playing that for like 4 minutes, but we need artwork for that time. Yeah, that should be fun. Okay, so the Fever Dream game needs this save data. So when you initialize this, let's pass this into. I do wonder if we should just bundle all this stuff together. This now means that the platformer game needs the same initializer. Oh, whoops, that's not here. Platformer, or create platformer, here it is. So let's put this here too. Let's go change this. Good. So now this is the virtual function that never gets overridden. That's fine. We'll save off the... Oh, nice. We already have this here. All right. Looking good. So now when you enter the Fever Dream game, Fever Dream, we don't have an init. We're about to have an init. Yeah, we're about to. How do you go to the next method? There was some way to do this. Oops, it's not like that. Ah, there it is. Yeah, that's pretty useful. Okay. Let's go make our override init. Why is it? Oh, it's no underscore, right? Yeah, there we go. All right, so call the base, and then in here, do save system dot is in office for second time equals true, or at least will be in office for second time. Why is this red? Because we can't access it. Yeah, so I need to rename this to save system and then turn it into a field. It's going to be protected. Cool. Good. And presumably good. No, it didn't rename it. All right, good. Hey, Goose. Good morning. All right, so now we read this. Actually, we're already doing that. So it should work. Guess you're making a game in Unity or Unreal? No, I'm using Godot engine. Well, welcome in. Yeah, if you're on the desktop app, there should be tags under the stream. And I try to keep those up to date with what I'm doing on the given day, which is usually Godot and C#. But yeah, tomorrow, for example, it'll be music. Godot mine looks so different. This is Rider. This is not Godot right now. So Godot is this. Yours probably looks very similar to this. And there is an editor that you can open in here, but I don't ever use the editor in Godot. Yeah. Have you made a game? Yeah, I've made several games. Yeah. All right. So we have this. We have the office scene should be saying something different here. And that should be it for now. So we should really test this, but I don't want to go through the whole game. Yeah, we have a couple of different tests to do. Maybe I'll just save it for the end. make sure the architect says different things based on which visit you do. Make sure that they say the correct thing if we skip the platformer altogether via debug code. Would you say you're proud of the games you made and if experienced enough to give some advice? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, feel free to ask. Okay, so then we send you into a new game after this. And that happens from here. And we don't have the new... Wait, no, we do have the new game. Yeah. Yeah, sure thing. I just do ask one thing of you, which is we have one chat rule in here that is non-obvious. Please don't segment your messages. So yeah, feel free to just ask the question. You can type up to 500 characters at once. It's okay if you take all 500. I will still read your message. All right. So in main, where we listen to finished game, which this will remain a black screen because it's a different game. Oh yeah, of course. So we presumably don't have a finished game. Let's see, unfinished platformer, free this, create the farm game again. Yeah, so we're gonna call the same thing here, unfinished. Oh, that's supposed to say platformer. Okay. 500, didn't know that today I learned. Yeah. I think it just truncates your message if you go beyond that. And I mean, most people, even if they're typing long messages, won't hit 500 characters, which is probably why they set that limit the way they did. But there used to be a lot of, well, maybe there still is in the bigger streams, a lot of like spam and copy pasta. Hey, thanks, Scholar. Hope you're having a good day. Hope each day is better than the last. All right, so this takes this in here. Oh, we do have a finished game. Do we call this? We do. Wow. Yeah, wow. I guess because it's all the same class. Okay, cool. So this should connect us back to the farm game, but this time we should know that you're in it for the second time. So we need to somehow track that. I guess that's where the save system would technically do this. Is in farm for second time. Or I guess it should say farming game. Yeah, there we go. All right, so this is going to say this, true. You can't go backwards, but if you could go backwards, we would need to control this. So I'm going to have to write this over here somewhere. We should probably allow for going backwards through games if there's ever a chapter selector. For example, this shouldn't, like, yeah, just get set to true. It should be able to be made false again if you go, yeah, backwards. I don't know how that's going to work. Yeah, we'll have to change that. Seen a noticeable change in the mornings, my mental readiness and diving into code. So thank you. That means a lot, actually. A noticeable change in just in general? Like, what do you think caused that? I'm curious. Graduated school as a web dev. I'd say I'm fairly good in it, but I seem to not be able to land a job as a 22-year-old graduate. Really got into game dev lately, and I really enjoy it. I'd like to make a career out of it, but since I don't have a game I can call finished or playable, I feel like I can't go to game dev companies and ask for a solicitation. I feel like time is running out, and I can't finish my game before life starts, starting life, blah, blah, blah. Do you think smaller game dev will care about motivation? I'm not certain I understand the question at the end of this. Do you think smaller game dev will care about motivation? But as for the rest of this, I think this is the general plight of doing like high passion jobs. So high passion jobs are things like music and game dev and generally a lot of creative stuff, maybe like content creation even. These are things where there is no shortage of supply of people doing this because these are generally hobbies that turn into jobs. And as a result, I think there are a couple things about this. Like game dev, it's hard to make it as an indie dev. And it's hard to like keep a stable job as a like more than indie dev. And I think the industry as of late has had lots of layoffs. So in general, the way I'd probably say this is if game dev isn't working out as a career, probably keep it as a hobby for now and seek out a different job. And I think this is just an unfortunate kind of fact of life for some people. There's a job you want, but that just isn't working out for some reason. It doesn't mean you can't do the thing still, but maybe not in the same capacity. Yeah, no, that's fine, Eli. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I'm not trying to. Yeah, I appreciate that you're trying to respect the rule too. So, yeah, I think this is probably the clearest thing. And in general, it's like have a timeline around your plan here. So it's not like try for a game dev job for like 20 years before doing something else. You probably can't even do this. You need some form of income probably. So like your timeline should be maybe on the order of some number of months or maybe weeks. And then yeah, go to a backup plan. So for me, for example, I started on Twitch in 2015 and I was working on a game called Botland back then. And then in 2020, I released Botland. It wasn't really going all that well. I went back to work in the industry. I did not necessarily want to do this, but it's just kind of what I felt I had to do. And then after 3 years of doing that, I came back to Twitch and now I'm doing indie game dev again. The economics are still kind of crazy around this though. And I've talked about this a lot on the stream, but you wouldn't have heard it if you're only just coming in today. In general, it's that like, I think indie game dev is about volume of sales. You can't charge like $50 for an indie game. It just, that doesn't happen. I can't even think of when I've seen that. Unless you stretch the name indie and you start including games like No Man's Sky or Clair Obscur. But anyway, yeah, you can't charge $50, so you just need a ton of sales. And that means you need to make a game that was good enough and has enough marketing thrust behind it. So if you can't sort of get this to happen here, then yeah, seek out a job or something. Like as a hobby, that's why I don't want to rush my game. But I've been thinking about perhaps finding people to work on it together and motivate each other. I've noticed a lot of people start slacking off before I even finish tutorials. What do you suggest I do? This is a problem with like vetting people. I talk about this a decent amount, that there's what I call like a passion drop-off point. And I have a personal hunch that it is roughly 1 month into a project for most people. There are a lot of ways you can excite someone about a project and be like, oh my God, this is going to be the greatest thing. You should join. And they do join and they work on things for a little while. And then life sets in and they realize this is not just a habit I can smoothly fit in. It's like, where am I going to get the 2 hours per day? How am I going to get over this frustrating point in the game? How do I communicate with someone? And any person you work with on a project, it essentially turns into a relationship, not a romantic one, but a professional relationship where you will experience conflict. How do you resolve those conflicts? You will have to delegate some tasks. One of you will have to do a difficult task or a sucky task. One of you will have to look into business or legal or marketing, things you didn't associate with game dev in the first place. So as far as finding people, I think this is like a course unto itself that I couldn't succinctly encapsulate here for you. But I think in general, it's like work with people on small projects to see how you do. I don't know, like keep networking with people and eventually consider hiring rather than partnering. One of the problems with partnering with someone is you start out, you're both presumably like equals on this project. And if one of you hits that passion drop-off point and the project's not done, then you might be carrying the project yourself for a while. And like, but you're a partner with this person. So you can't just be like, well, you're done now. You're not abiding by the contract. You could still have a contract with a partner, I guess. But yeah. Mornings have been tough on me. I generally do my non-coding tasks at work, emails, code reviews, planning. This past 1.5 weeks, I've been trying to get up at the same time, go to bed at the same time. Nice. Yeah, just basic. Man, it's crazy to me. Like, why is this not more innate in us? And maybe it is, and we just ignore those signs, but like sleep and nutrition and exercise, these are like, yeah, core tenets we should all have. So I'm glad to hear that you're prioritizing them. Yeah. Awesome. Good job, Scholar. You want to make games for a living for a corporation? What are some must-haves you must have done to really shine out? I personally would say that getting a job is often more about who you know than what you know. When you're early in your career, it can still be true, but it's in different ways. Like, let's say you went to college, your college probably has like a career fair or something. Maybe you knew some other students who graduated and they got a job and you're friends with them and they can give you a referral. But in general, later on, it's going to be a lot of like, there's a lot of referrals happening. There's a lot of like, yeah, where are your other colleagues working and did you have a good reputation with them? So, yeah, as far as standing out with a company, I think it comes down to either portfolio or references or just like extreme interviewing skills. So, yeah, there's no like secrets here. It's, yeah, who do you know? Or did you do something great already? Or can you prove that you can work at this job? That's about it, right? And then, regardless of any of those things, there's also some amount of luck. Hey, Dracling. Well, I think even if you're bad at nutrition, like you already started drinking more water and consuming less soda, like those are things you don't need to cook to do. There might be other little things you could do in there. And I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that you don't, it just doesn't need to involve cooking. Hey, Franken and Phil. Okay, so this is in the save system. And when we use this, we need a different thing to happen in the farming game. Because right now it just starts. So I guess in flow control flags, we're going to need something else here. So play normally, just play dialogue, free play, and free play after Fever Dream. Now we're going to need like wholly other things, right? Play normally after Fever Dream. Yeah. So let's go try this. Let's do play normally after Fever Dream. I think go listen for where this thing is here. So this is like start post Fever Dream cutscene. And free play after Fever Dream would be, we don't have the save system, do we? No, we don't. We'd have to set this here. Okay, I gotta think about that. Am I back to blue or still purplish? You're back to your original color from like 2-3 days ago. So it's a bluish color for me. I guess I can show it on screen. Do you think you have a slight chance with an in-progress game, a good CV, and relatively good social and interview skills? So I think AI has changed the hiring landscape on both sides. There is a flood of like CVs coming in, and there's probably a flood of CVs going out, and a lot of them are now customized to the job, whereas prior to this you might have just written one and sent it out to everybody. So it's like, how does anyone filter through these candidates? As a result, having a portfolio and having someone look at it at all might be a little bit difficult, because imagine you post a job posting and you get 300 applicants. You're not going to look through the 200 portfolios you might find there. So it's only once they shortlist you somehow, which is probably not done by a human now, although it could be. And yeah, then maybe they look at your portfolio. If I were hiring someone on a small project and I saw they had an incomplete game, I would probably not consider them. And that's me personally, because it's a small project, right? Like we don't have the resources to absorb hiring a bad candidate. I'm not looking to hire people anyway, but if I were and I saw an incomplete game, I'd be like, okay, so what are they going to drop off of this game at some point? Like, is there a reason why it's incomplete? What would I expect them to do on this project? So yeah, I think a portfolio is good. It's just you need to actually have a human look at it. That's actually half of the problem probably, is just getting a human to even look at your resume or your CV or read your cover letter or any of that. 50 streams, Phil. Nice. Heading here every morning has been another ritual. Very much a creature of habit. That's also good on several counts. Hey, Remy. I have a million more questions. Well, feel free to ask, here and there. I don't mind answering this stuff. And also recognize that I'm at a different like stage of my career and everything. So had you asked me when I was at the same stage of my career, I think my advice would have been probably a little bit more relevant and applicable. But things like this, I have not. The last job I applied for was in 2020. That was the last application I sent out. And I don't plan on sending out another application. So any advice I have now is roughly 5.5 years old, maybe 6 years. And then it's based on, other signals I get from people who are applying or things that have worked. Hey, Carissa. So we're cooked. I think it's always been a problem getting humans to read your resume or portfolio, but I think there's a larger volume issue now than there was before. Like 10 years ago, if you applied for a job, there would be other applicants, or there could be other applicants at least, and it could be many other applicants, but it probably wasn't like every possible applicant in the market because they're blasting out their resume to everybody and tailoring it to meet the jobs that don't get auto filtered out. So that part's a little bit more difficult. And in fact, one of the new phenomena that I don't I don't know how I'd feel about, but AI interviewing is now a thing. Whereas in the conductor of the interview is an LLM. And you record a video, I guess, or you, I don't know, converse with them, and then you don't know if a human's actually going to review any of this content. And I don't know how widespread this is, but I know that it has at least happened to people. It's not like I'm making this up. Problem with me is I have no one who's into IT, so I can't ask anyone any advice. So that is a problem that is potentially the easiest to solve. There are probably meetups or conventions or even like online communities or just any probably realm you could think of that could get you into talking to people who are in this area. So for example, you came into this stream and you're talking to me now. Like I probably won't lead to getting you a job necessarily, but maybe you go to a local meetup and there are other people there. Actually, I'll give you an example. I used to go to a meetup here and there that was for JavaScript back in the day. And they would have a section in the meetup saying like, is anyone looking for a job? Or I think, does anyone have a job posting? So it was normal for people to use this for career networking as well. And I don't know how successful that was. Maybe people would raise their hand every time and then they'd never get a job. I don't know. But it's at least like the right location for you to be doing that sort of thing. Hey, Crasser. Good morning. Yeah, I'm ready too. Yeah. Can I let my agent get interviewed? If only. 4 years of searching daily, putting out hundreds of resumes a week. Yeah, hey, Survivor. Yeah. Okay, so the farming game would need this save system as well, and it doesn't have it. And this is another reason why we should probably just bundle these things together. Save system. There should be like all the shared systems that might exist. I like this idea. Where is this? Yep. ID for the game, audio system, save system, etc. Went to parent-teacher interviews for my daughter at my old high school. My old programming teacher was there. He was super surprised I'm a software dev. So most of his guys are at Costco now. Can't even get it at Best Buy anymore. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, and this is where I think it's like the landscape is changing very rapidly, and a certain amount of like gratitude for where you are, even if it's not exactly what you want, it probably goes a long way. You think working solo is the better way to work on your game? I know better is a broad word. The thing I always kind of say is the tried and true expression of if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So if you want to get done with a 1 month long project, you should probably just be working on it on your own. If you want to make the next, like, I don't know, hit RPG or something like that, you probably need a team. So I'd base it on your project size, your goals. But together now could mean with AI. Hey, Sarah, I completed even if tiny scope project holds more sway. Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think too that the quality of the project matters. I remember a long time ago, I applied to a company. I ended up getting the job, but one of the things I had on my resume was this game. And this is like a reverse tower defense game. You put down these units and they go follow the path and they get into battles along the way. And after I got the job, some people told me, now coworkers, they were like, "Oh, we passed this game around the office and we all played it, and we had a lot of fun." So that probably helped too. So yeah, actually launching something I think is pretty good. Any advice you can give on watch out for this, don't do this, or red flags in general? I mean, there's a general thing. I always say don't lie on your resume. Let me type this out correctly because otherwise it bothers me. Don't lie on your resume. Like, be able to talk about everything on it. What else? and don't burn bridges. I think these things are important because this is really, it's part of networking. Like networking is finding new people and talking to them and conversing. And it's also not deleting old people unless there's some specific reason. Let's say, I don't know, they turned out to be a thief or something. They stole from a company. Like, okay, yeah, you probably cut them out of your network, but that's for a good reason. But people shouldn't be cutting you out of their network because you're being a jerk or something. They can do job 100% of the time. Yep. Make Skeleseller. Lots of people lied and landed a job relevant to IT. Yeah, and this is my advice. I think lying can for sure get people ahead. I just don't advise doing it. And I think part of it is if you get caught out in an interview, they will probably never want to see you at that company again. And part of it too is just an ethical stance. So, yeah. I mean, you could talk to someone else who would just say like, go rob a bank and don't get a job at all. And that advice has probably worked for at least one person in history. But it doesn't mean it's a tried and true, like you should follow this. Okay, so we need the save system here, which means we need to initialize this with the save system. And then get that, and then change the init that we did. Why is this not right? Did I put two of these in here? Oh, whoops. Excuse me. Okay, so there's that, which now we can use this. I have to make this accessible by the zone. Ugh. All right, encapsulate. There we go. All right, so now I just can access this. Farming game dot save system true. All right, what do we have? Play after Fever Dream. So same thing over here. Then in main, we got to initialize the farming game with the save system. And what else? Now we just need to make this, right? It's scoreline. It's going pretty well. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm hoping we can make it a decent way through this game. There we go. Any golden nuggets, IT in general? I mean, okay, my advice once you get a job is lean on other people there. Like, don't store up questions for days or weeks. And also find the balance. Like, don't ping someone every time you have a question. So there is a trade-off of you should think about something for yourself. You should start to build up a gauge for when you've thought about it long enough and still don't have an answer. And then you should use the resources available to you. Because everyone's been new to a job at some point. And it's not expected that you just know everything magically, but it is expected that you learn those things. And yeah, part of how you learn is using the other people there. So don't think you need to do everything on your own. Like, you work with a team. Hey, Green Blob. Nice Walfus emote. The business is lying to you. Why shouldn't we lie back? Again, this is more of an ethical stance. Like, yeah, in the end, do whatever you want. But I don't think that just because someone else does something wrong means that you should do that same wrong thing. But yeah, this is a different conversation, I think. Thanks for the resub, Scoreline. Hey, Board IT guy. Okay, so now we have this. This should be probably pretty simple. We set player input. I don't know if we set it disabled. Maybe you wake up in your house again and then you have to go outside. In which case we don't really do anything here. No, we need to change where you start then, right? Okay, I got to figure that out. Or maybe we don't need to figure that out. Maybe we should cut a corner here. But yeah, question. When you get back to the farming game, where should you start? Option 1 is inside your house, and you have to leave it to trigger a cutscene. Option 2 is outside your house, and the cutscene was already triggered. Option 3, I guess, is it doesn't matter where, and the cutscene only triggers when you enter town. I don't like that idea because you wouldn't know to go to town. I think I like option 1 the best. Because you went to sleep in your house. You wake up. I don't know, actually. All right, this is harder than it sounds because of the lore that I have not made clear here. So let me think about this. I like the idea that you wake up next to your bed or even in the bed. It doesn't really matter what. But you got teleported here while in the Fever Dream game. The first time you got teleported, it was outside of your house. So if you get teleported in a game, shouldn't you get teleported in the same way each time? But maybe that doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm not sure. Yeah, sure thing, Eli. And best of luck. Yeah. Only kidding, really, but I'll stretch it a bit as I know they're stretching. Evasive answer, or I am capable, knowing that the capability relies on training. Yeah, I can see that sort of thing. I think this is where diversity of opinions is kind of interesting because some people will value flat out honesty and saying like, look, I don't know, but I will find out. And here's how I would find out. And some people value the perception of knowing everything that you need to know on the job. Hey, yes, I know that and I'll do it. And then you just get it done. And yeah, sure, you didn't know it at the time, but you found out. And yeah, there's anything in between. Hand stuff. All right. So what do we decide here? Well, how about this? What if we returned you to the game and you saw your character waking up? Wouldn't that mean that the whole Fever Dream game really was a dream? I like that it's a question, though. I kind of like that idea. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that, but I think we need to write something down about this later. I like the idea of having you get sent back to the farming game while asleep because it makes you wonder whether that Fever Dream game was a dream. But it wasn't. You were actually in it. Yeah. Okay. So that answers our question. So we don't start a cutscene right now. We just put you into the house. So how do we do that? This happens from somewhere else. What am I doing? Oh, wait, what? The farm zone is what initializes this? This is not smart. Yeah, this is not smart. Should be somewhere else. Hey, Chili. Yeah, I don't like this. All right, what calls this? The farming game presumably does, right? Yeah. This can't be here. Drat. Okay, well, this is gonna break everything. Man. All right, let's just throw this function at the bottom for now. Wow, this should probably be split up. So make this private. Get flow control flags. The save system is here now and probably doesn't need to be public. I'll have to think about that. Start opening cutscene is on the farming zone. We got to set that correctly. This stuff isn't needed. This isn't needed. Start dialogue start. Is farm zone, is that the only place where that's called? It's not even here. It's in base zone. Start dialogue. Nothing calls this? So we just have opening cutscene. And that does set player input enabled false. We don't even need that here anymore, do we? And then there's an animation player. So we got to call this somehow. And there's more to it than that. We need to change which zone we start in. This is no longer needed. This is just here. but set current zone immediate farm zone and then set the camera position. We leave this to initialize starting state. So this is going to be the house. And then I guess no matter what, we do this at the bottom. All right, so house, that's fine. Play normally would be the farm zone. And then we do farm zone dot start opening cutscene. Just make this public. All right, what's this? Just play dialogue. I'm deleting this. I don't want this. Yeah. This is stupid. Okay. Then free play sets you to the farm, and free play after Fever Dream sets you to the house. All right, that's everything. We have some common elements here, but I'm not going to change this right now, I think. So let's go test it out. What do we got inside of flow control flags? We have starting game is farm, and we're going to set this to just play normally. No, not after Fever Dream. There. Let me plug in my controller. There we go. So what should happen is we should see our character outside the house with question marks over their head. And that is not what happened because the player does not exist. Oh, I should have. Oh, yeah, let's try that again. I want to look at the stack trace. Set player input enabled. Oh, we got to do this after this. Yeah, that should be it. Okay. Easy peasy. Let's restart. Good and good. Nice. Okay. So that is starting in the original cutscene. We should be fine. Now we got to go test the other states. So free play should start me outside the house with no cutscene with very low energy. Good and good. Yep. Then there is play normally after Fever Dream. This should start me inside the house. And I guess it's going to be the same as the other one. Yeah, so I'm inside the house. Except for the camera moved. I don't like that. And then what's the other one? Replay. Set energy to near exhaustion. We don't need that. So these two things are the same right now. In fact, I guess there is no such thing as needing to free play if you don't enter a cutscene, but we would make you not enter the cutscene. Yeah. We would skip the cutscene here. Okay, so when you leave your house, make it so that leaving the house triggers a cutscene only the first time you leave, while in the second time in the game. Yeah, then from this, whoops, we need to set that flag. Hey, Portugal. I don't think you remember me, but can you refresh my mind of what the game is? I remember you from yesterday. Yesterday's not that long of a time for me to have forgotten. And yeah, sure, the FAQ is in that link, which should print out. Yep, there we go. So yeah, it's right over here. If you just take a look at the what's this game about, you'll see all the little bullet points there. But welcome back. Okay, so I got this working, I think. And now we need a cutscene when you leave the house. But we should probably check in what we've done so far because I've already worked on a bunch of this stuff. So yeah, let's go take a look at that. I like asking streamers, like, if you got a ton of money, would you still stream? And we're talking like set for life money. I don't think I would stream unless I had a project I was working on. Like, I don't think I'd start playing games on stream. That doesn't interest me. And I don't think I just try to entertain people. So yeah, I think I need a project. Oops, I leaked it. I only told one person. It just got leaked. All right, this looks good. This is fine. Oh, now I remember. Thank you. +1 sub. Okay, yeah. Thanks. Yeah. So I put all my VODs on YouTube, and I know some people watch them, and some people are probably watching right now on YouTube. I mean, I know at least one person is, but I don't know how many people find them randomly and then expect it to be like a pre-recorded short form video. They see that it's 3 hours long and they're like, oh, this must be like an important talk or something, right? And then they see that it's just me working through my day. So I don't know what the expectation is necessarily. Hey, LA, how you doing? How's your Thursday treating you? So this is public, but doesn't need to be public because nothing ended up accessing this outside of here. So I guess let's make this private and then probably rename it to this, delete that, and lowercase the s. There we go. Yeah. Feels Thursday, man. Is that a good thing? I think it'd be fun if you had retirement money to stream like once a week, playing other folks' indie games. Would be good full circle. Yeah, I think just playing games on stream is not a good fit for me. And I've been torn myself on playing other indie games that I'm not necessarily organically attracted to. So like I played Terraria, I loved it. I played Stardew Valley, I loved it. I like the idea of supporting the other streamers in the category, but I just don't end up enjoying a lot of different games, and I don't want it to reflect negatively on that person. And I don't think it has anything to do with the quality of their games. It just has to do with what I want to watch. Like if you sat me down in the world's best horror film, like I probably wouldn't enjoy it. It doesn't mean the film is bad. Just my tastes are not attuned to that. And I think my tastes are too specific now when it comes to games for the average game to delight me. Played any Daniel Mullins? No, none of these. I'm scrolling down their page to see if there's anything else I played. No, I haven't played any of these. All right, take care, Leapy Girl. Yeah, there won't be a second stream today. Rain Jacket versus Umbrella versus something else to combat the supposed mist and constant rain. It is Rain Jacket because Umbrella means that you're a tourist. So yeah, Rain Jacket. Honestly, if you feel more comfortable than Umbrella, you should just use one. But yeah, people don't tend to use umbrellas here too much. Appreciation of design and technicals rather than actual gameplay. You wouldn't enjoy it, it wouldn't be a good fit. Yeah, and I think also it'd be hard for me to not kind of criticize, not out of the means to bring people down, but just as a like, oh, here's how I would have done things, or here's how this could be clearer. And I don't think that's generally all that super helpful. How about a parasol? Yeah, Peach has a parasol when she visits. But she can also float in the air. Hex or Pony Island might be of interest given your current project. He's like the king of meta shenanigans. Yeah, my general philosophy, and I know this is a bit unusual, and I don't think many other game devs follow this, but my philosophy is don't play other games that may influence mine. And that way mine can be in this realm sort of outside of what the zeitgeist is for that genre or what other people have done or even try to build on it. I just want to bring whatever ideas I had in my head to the forefront. And yeah, that's why in Skeleseller, I didn't play any other idle games. In Botland, I didn't play other automation games. And yeah. Can we remove the timestamp on line one? I mean, we could. I'm probably just going to close this tab in a sec. Really like watching devs make games. I like giving ideas. I feel that I'm helping, you know? Yeah. And that is valid, and it's also kind of counter to the point I just shared, which is like, yeah, I want to exist in a vacuum, but I can't be if I'm streaming, so people can give their input, and they may have been influenced by those games. Hey, Cobain. Recently retired, now live in Portugal. Everyone here uses umbrellas and looks at you like you're crazy. Well, my wife and I were just talking about this. So yeah, for those who don't know, we live in the like Seattle-ish region, and this is the Pacific Northwest of the US, and it's generally like lightly raining a lot of the year. So it's never pouring rain. If you were to walk outside and like, I don't know, go to some place about a minute away, you wouldn't be soaked by the time you got there. At least not on the average day. So yeah, people would generally wear like a rain jacket, but also people get pretty used to just being outside in a light rain. And sometimes we have visitors, sometimes it's family, sometimes it's friends where they're like, "Oh, it's raining outside, so we shouldn't go for a walk." Like you have to. It's like that's the weather here. Yeah. And then I have been to places where there is like Florida, for example. Florida, when it rains sometimes, it's a warm rain. And that's just not really a thing here. Like in the summer, it doesn't really rain at all. And then the rest of the year, it's like chilly enough where you feel a little cold when it's raining, maybe. But yeah, it's very jarring to me when I'm in a place where there's hot rain. All right, save system. We plumb this through here. This moved to initialize starting state. It's not super clear to me that this code was removed just based on the color. It's like a slightly different gray, and then there's this revert button on it. I got to get used to that. I think I'd prefer that as red. Yeah, in fact, maybe we should change that. I wonder how easy that is to do. Change diff highlighting so that removed code is dark red instead of, what is this color? Like a light gray? Eastern side of Washington. Spent plenty of time on the west side. How you like in Portugal? My wife and I visited a couple of years ago, I want to say. And I felt like it was a very laid back. Well, wait, where did we go? Drat, I forgot. We went to 3 cities. Evora, Lisbon, I think. And I'm probably mispronouncing this, but Carvoeiro. I'm pretty sure those are 3 we went to. And I felt like Lisbon was really, really laid back. The others probably were too, but those felt like they would be, I guess, instead of being a city. All right, this is looking good. Oh, except for the camera position. I got to figure that out. Didn't we turn off smoothing somewhere? We did. And then we waited a frame and enabled it again. Yeah. I mean, shouldn't this just be done whenever we set the camera position? Probably. So that we don't need to do this all the time. Yeah, this is much better, right? Let's hope that fixes the problem too. Let's go try it. These you're talking about that type that explain everything like dash, double jump. Not really. Let me show you the game in a sec, but first let me just make sure the camera didn't move because I wasn't paying attention. Perfect. Okay, and when we step outside. Yeah, also perfect. Okay, so let me show you what this game is about. And this is, I mean, kind of a spoiler. Let's do this. Okay, so the tutorials are not broken in that they're necessarily making fun of tutorials. So, wow, it's loud. Okay. Yeah, so here we have press A to jump. This is a normal tutorial. It's not broken in that sense. Like, it's teaching you how to play the game. It works like a platformer would. Press A to double jump. So you're learning the game. So far, nothing is broken about this. The broken part is here. So try to collect all the diamonds in one go. And then this happens. And this is what starts to set you up for it. This is not a standard game. And yeah, there's a little bit of a bug there where they should land on the ground and don't. I gotta fix that. But yeah, so this is like, okay, well, obviously this was intended. Like your life bar dropped, the music changed, and now you're in a different environment. Oh, this is supposed to be that bright. I meant to turn that off. Oh wow, that outline helps a lot. And then from here, you end up in a farming game where both you and your character are confused. And you're in another tutorial now. Hello and welcome to Moondrop Village. You must be player. You stare blankly. Well, didn't your grandpa give you this farm? No. Anyway, so we go through this stuff. Let's skip through this. Okay. And now you're just in this game. And you can go explore and you'll see other broken things. Like this guy is still walking, but he's walking very slowly and you can walk through him. This is staying in the game. Like this is one of those ways it's just like, yep, this is a broken game. But you can dig out your farm and plant some crops and water them. And your goal in this game is to eventually get tired enough to have to sleep. And I really need to make a cheat or something for this so that I can just skip to that point. But then you advance to the next game and so on and so forth. So yeah. People are very kind, culture a bit slow. Yeah. Well, you said you were tired, so I think the slower pace would probably be good. As opposed to working there and having a slow pace, not being used to it, or not working and having to be a fast pace. Yeah, so anyway, the only way to... Oh, I drew a little skull. I was just randomly messing around. I'm trying to tire my character out. In the normal game, I don't think you'll be too pressed to, like, speed past this. All right, there we go. So now we're tired, so now we can go into bed. And this puts us into a fever dream game. So now things are slightly different from the first time we were here. I forgot I did that. And you start spewing shovels. So yeah, it's a lot wackier. I cannot wait to see what people say when they play this without having seen any of this. Alright, so now this should say the second line, you again, which I did not test, so let's see if that works. Nice. And it should probably be a little faster. We'll eventually just make a different cutscene for it. So now you end up back in the farming game, but you're in your house, right? No. Oh, because we need to check to see if it's the second time in the game. Okay. That's a little bit annoying. Does that wizard do Adam? No. Yeah. Here we see. Are you going to combat people bug reporting the purposeful bugs? I think we just need to make them obvious enough that they're bugs. So there are a couple of things that I need to do. Where is this? Here it is. Okay. So yeah, where I left off, because I got to take a break. Turn off the bright light in the office scene. Make a cheat for making your energy drop faster. Maybe it's to walk behind your house and dig a hole. And what else? What else? Oh yeah, fix the problem where you don't wake up in bed because it's calling set initial state again. It should consult the save system first. Okay, I will be back after my break. Thanks, Portugal. Okay, is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello again. Yeah, just FYI, this is a game only for Twitch chat, unfortunately. I just never got it working on YouTube. Could set the camera to the player position and change smoothly the camera position to the direction the player's walking. Yeah, that's already being done. Yeah. All right, close the game. Yeah, take care, Portugal. Okie dokes. So turn the bright light off. Let's go do that. That's super easy. We just click that. Okay, done. And then make a cheat to make your energy drop faster. We'll do that later, but we need to fix this problem now. So farming game, we only want to call setup initial state. What's it called? It's apparently not called setup initial state. What do I call this? Initialize starting state. Okay. Yeah, so what we need to do is check to see if we're already in the second game, and if so, we do something. So if save system is in farming game for second time, so this got naturally set, then set it to your house interior, and we're done. Oh, I see. We don't want to do this. We want to change this. Yeah, and this is a constant. This can't be constant anymore. Static class. Yeah. So I guess it's just going to be play normally. Whoops, what is this? Play normally after Fever Dream. Why is this not working? There. And do this. Cool. Okay, we're going to say that that's working, even though I haven't tested that, but I'll end up testing it later. And then that's it. So let's go check that in. This is so nice. This is here now. So I don't need to do any camera smoothing stuff outside of this. Yeah. Sorry, I pointed the wrong block, but yeah, it's nice that I moved it. All right, that looks good. I really need this to turn red. It is not obvious to me that this is removed with this color. All right, it looks good. We deleted that. That's fine. Why is this yellow? Non-constant field should not be visible. I don't care about that for right now. Yeah. This is not how we're going to keep things. This is just a fake cheat system for right now. Yeah, this is looking fine. Cool. Okay, so check all of this stuff in. Except for maybe this. Should probably be the farming game that we started. What caused an issue there? It's called farming game. Okay. All right, so what do we do here? Allow getting back to the farming game. I made a dummy save system to hold some booleans for now. It doesn't persist to disk. What else did I do that was important here? I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. All right, so a cheat for making your energy drop faster. Let's go try that. So right now we should start. Oh wait, no, this is not what I want. Well, I guess it is what I want. Yeah, we'll start in the cutscene. And when I'm showing off the game, I don't want to have to stand around for an entire minute. So you can say yes to this dialogue, and then I'm sure I'll figure it out to this dialogue, and that guy leaves you alone. But then, yeah, you have to just start digging up random patches of grass for your energy to drop fast enough. So what if we made it like digging right here, for example, could just make you lose like 80% of your energy all at once? Oh, look, you can step on your roof. I wonder if we should leave that in the game. Did I turn off Y sorting? Huh, maybe I turned it off. Oh, I think I put it on farming game. Yes, I did. I did not put it on the current zone. The zone itself should have this on, right? Where is what I'm looking for? Ordering. There it is. Oh my God. All right, great. So if we were to move the player now behind the house, they should not look like they're in front of the house. Yeah, good. There's going to be some weirdness over here that I'm not super concerned about yet. We could just make that collidable. Oh, it doesn't look like it should be collidable. It looks like you should just be under it. And then do we need the same thing inside the house interior? So here's the interior. We do not have Y sorting on. So if I move the player, let's say behind this. Oh, no, it is on. Okay. It doesn't look correct, but that's okay. I can change that later. Okay. So wait, what did I just change? Oh, yeah. Enable Y sorting in the farm scene. So yeah, how should you be able to lower your energy a ton? Maybe just using the axe on a debug build? Yeah, that could work. Let's just do that. We don't have the concept of a debug build though, do we? Oh, we do. Well, that's easy. So we just go to farming game and look for the axe code and then check if feature flags is debug. Then we deplete the energy by a ton. So how about we just set you to, yeah, why did I even call deplete? Why not just set the fill amount to a certain amount? Fill amount equals exhaustion rate. This should be 20%. Yep. Nice. Okay, so now simply using your axe will cause you to immediately go to 20%, which actually means it can raise you to 20%. But this is only on debug build, so it's not going to impact players. So yeah, I got to get through the cutscene again. Turn the music on at least. Okay. So if we use regular tools, everything's fine. We're not draining through our energy. You can use the sickle and everything's fine. But then as soon as we use the axe, blam, we're tired. And then if we were to plant a bunch of stuff, and then use the axe again, it'll raise us back up to 20%. Yeah, that's fine. All right, now we walk up to here and fall asleep. Get over this section. It was like a watering can that just went flying. It probably hit the ground at like 400 miles per hour. So now they just say you again. The light is off, which is good. That should have a different cutscene though. And now you should be inside your house. Nice. And I bet if you went to the bed, it would still say this thing. Yeah. So this is a problem. We got to stop that. Prefer preprocessor directives over ifs that are always there in the code. In this particular case, if you were to modify the code here, you could trivially easily just set this yourself. I think I would want preprocessor directives when it's code that the player shouldn't have if they're not on a debug build. But yeah, I don't mind if this code is there and they need to do something to change this afterward. I'm actually not certain what we're going to do for a demo here. I think having a demo, well, I don't even know. Is having a demo a good idea? I never even thought of that question until now. Should we even have a demo? Like, how much of the game would it be for you to... Yeah, we probably should. Yeah, I think we just need to figure out where the ending of the demo is. Thing is, yeah, there's a lot of code we're gonna have to do. All right, so fine. Did we write anything about a demo in here? Yeah, what would the demo look like? Note, I do think we need a demo. It gives so much more visibility. Is the goal the meta side of the story, or is the intention that the minigames are truly fun, self-contained? If the latter, it could be a short part of the story, then just an assortment of minigames. Yeah, it's actually true. We could... Maybe we just advance them to some other minigames to try out, even if the story doesn't play out in that order. Anyway, excuse me. Sorry. Hang on one sec. Oh, man. I don't know what the goal is. I think the story should be interesting, but the question basically becomes like, should the games be fun on their own? And I think some games should be. In fact, probably most of them should be, or at least have you solve some task. Yeah, they probably should be fun. The very first ones don't have to be fun, though. They just need to look real, and they do look real. All right, so this is done. Oh, wait a second though. Will I be distributing a debug build? No, probably not. Let's just write this here. So using the axe or like allow depleting energy quickly. On a debug build, simply using your axe will set your energy to the exhaustion level. This is helpful for when I'm testing the game, well, and I'm demoing the game to someone and just want to show the next phase. Wait a second, can I have this zoomed in and just turn off word wrap? Oh, that's nice. I should be doing that. Yeah, cool. Hey, Magnus. Oh, did you? No, never mind. Looked like you added an O to your name. Yeah. There's not much work to do. I'd make a separate build where you go over mini games with just a little story, not having a full game with locked features. Yeah, I think it's tough. It's really tough. We probably can prune it down, but we need to have probably 2 separate code bases. It'd be hard to ship updates. And there are going to be a lot of features that we end up adding or polish to the full game. Yeah. Anyway, we'll have to look into that. Yeah, I don't think we need to be too prescriptive right now about how this is all going to go, because I do plan on having people start playtesting this in early May, which is not so far away. So we could get like a week or two off track maybe. But I also am probably going to have this beginning no matter what. The other thing is I just cannot see a world where people play this and the majority of them are like, yeah, this sucks. Like, it's not fun. I'm not interested. I think there will be an audience for this game. And that's part of the reason why we decided to just skip the prototyping. Like, we just jumped right into, okay, let's work toward checkpoint 1. And I think by cutting out the prototype, that was a good idea, because I'm probably going to work on this game regardless. And I think we can start shaping it a little bit more based on what people react, what they give as feedback. Will you update the demo? I don't think it's necessary unless there are actual bugs. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So one thing that'll definitely happen is we'll update the demo as we make the game, because like probably we'll improve certain parts of it. I guess we could just get it to be like rock solid, but then there might be like a different title screen, for example, or different music on the title screen, or a different credits menu, or the credits will actually change. Actually, that's a good reason. Like the credits will probably change, right? We'll probably eventually localize the demo, and then as soon as we put it in a new language, we need to produce another build. I mean, producing the build shouldn't be hard, I guess, but it's like, what if the localization subsystem is in part of the full build and I need to like separate them? I just don't think there's much gained by doing things differently from how we did with Skelliseller there. The build would be a little bit smaller. Yeah. But even achievements, those sorts of things, there will probably be achievements in the demo, and we just need to save them to a save file. The actual save structure needs to be updated. Actually, that's the biggest one. Yeah. If the demo transitions to the full game, we need to make sure the save files match. And we could do this still and keep them separate. But yeah, I don't think there's a major benefit in totally separating them. All right, so make it so that leaving the house triggers a cutscene only the first time you leave, while in the second time in the game, and then stop the bed from talking to you in the second time you're there, or change its dialogue. All right, so cutscene. Let's go do this. So when you get to the farm zone, oh, I made this. I gotta think about this. Farm zone. I did an extra E. On player exited house. Here it is. Why did we do this on the next frame? Oh, just so it's on a physics process? Yeah. Call on the next frame so that this doesn't end up in transitioning from the middle of physics process. I gotta put that in some function. Hey, hour. Is a rant from an envious rando? I've got a couple of answers to this stuff here. So there's that. There's this. This is just me throwing out some information. And then in terms of learning, I'm gonna also share this video with you. I'm kind of overloading you with a bunch of information right now. And then what haven't I referenced? So yeah, did the passion get you to this point? Did everything suck? But you use discipline? I think discipline is really important. I think if you haven't already, you should probably read Atomic Habits. It only takes a few hours maybe, and it's got some pretty impactful messages there. And if I had to boil it down to you in a couple of sentences, it'd be make the stuff you want to do easy and desirable. Make the stuff you don't want to do difficult and undesirable. So if you want to do game dev, think how could I work this into my routine in a sustainable way? And every week I look at this document, my tenants document. I only have 3 tenants right now. Make sure I can keep doing this for a while. Make sure I'm taking breaks and make sure that I can stick through it even when the tasks are boring or difficult. So every week I look at this and I think, have I met these tenants? And I mean, I don't think this document's public, but I've been doing this on stream for however many months or years at this point. And yeah, I've written down 111 tenant reviews in that time. And yeah, some weeks it's not great. Some weeks I'm like, I burned myself out, or I didn't take enough breaks, or I didn't manage to stick through this task. But in general, it's like keep myself on topic. I want to learn programming and quit doom scrolling Reddit, but it just so happens that Reddit has all the answers. I mean, I don't think Reddit has all the answers. I think staying away from Reddit or blocking it completely would probably be a service to yourself at this point. But also, you don't need to just quit outright. You could just try toning down the amount of time you use. I think this is where streaming helped me a lot, because let's say I were on Reddit right now, just like looking through posts, and not even like programming posts. I'm looking through like cat pictures or something. Like, you're all watching me do that. So presumably someone would be like, hey, you're not actually doing the work that you're supposed to be doing. So I think putting yourself in an environment where you can be accountable, and it doesn't need to be streaming. It could be like body doubling. You and a friend are on a Discord call or something, and you're both just trying to be productive together. Honestly, give that a shot if you haven't already. Like, they don't need to be there with you. They don't need to be doing the same thing. They're just on a call with you, and you both recognize that you're trying to do your own productive stuff, whether it's chores or whether it's learning programming. It's like, yeah, start an hour call. It's super cheap, as in it's like cheap time wise. It's free money wise. The 1% compounds to 37 times, like 1% better when doing push-ups. So I go from 10 to 10.1. Body doubling is insanely effective. I think the idea here is that there are sometimes these very small gains that you get. And if you think about this in like, I don't know much about F1, but I think Formula One has gotten like hyper optimized to the point where they're just looking for even a 1% gain at this point. Like, how do we make our, I don't know, pit stops faster? How do we make drivers safer or something like that? And yeah, I think that's for more once you've gotten to the end of your gains that you might have. Like, if you start out doing anything, you have the most to gain. Let's say you're learning violin, you know nothing about violin to begin with. So like, yeah, you'll learn a ton in your first day or first week. When you're on year number 30 of playing violin, you're probably not going to learn very much at all on any given day, because you've just done so much. And at that point, you'll be happy for the 1% gains. But I might be misremembering. It's been a long time since I've read the book. Is watching a stream count as body doubling? Kind of. Yeah. All right, so set current zone on next frame. And I want to take in the base zone and then just call this thing here. Yeah. And that way we can have a comment in one spot. All right, there we go. And then these two things can call this. So set current zone on next frame. There we go. And it is farm zone. And then this is the interior. Your house interior. All right. But that actually isn't really what I wanted to do. Why is it blue? Oh, yeah. I see. What I wanted to do is when you get into the farm zone, so I guess it's on player exited house. Yeah, we set you to the next zone. And then if this is your second time here, is in farming game for second time. And I guess if you haven't shown the dialogue yet, then we need to show you the dialogue. Yeah. So we need to keep track somewhere of have we shown you a dialogue. This is where there'll be saved data for each game. What happened to your keyboard? Did you cut it in half? Yeah. And pray I don't cut it in half any further. We'll be left with so few keys I won't be able to type. Yeah, hey Neverworld. I am on a Korn keyboard. And yeah, the theory behind this is with so few keys, you have very little hand movement. So yeah, if you see me like switching tabs here or typing something out, like my hands are hardly moving for this, and I'm still just as productive using my computer. It's pretty nice. Private Bool has shown, what do we call this? Like welcome back cutscene. Something like that. And then when we set up the zone, where is that code? Just added it, but I forgot where I put it. Oh, there it is. And not this. Then set this to true and start dialogue. Start dialogue. It's not really start dialogue, right? It's a cutscene. Cutscene. Start opening cutscene. Yeah, here it is. So maybe it's like start welcome back cutscene. And maybe this is what should store if you've seen this or not. I don't really care. All right, so farm zone.start welcome back cutscene. Cool. Now we need to set this to play normally after Fever Dream. And then do this. Welcome back cutscene. Okay, this is not QWERTY. No, I'm using a Colmac layout. Yeah. Having thumb clusters is great. Yeah, it's amazing. There's a keyboard I saw. Oh man. I was very tempted to buy this, but I think this is a mistake because it's $300 for not even the full keyboard. But I love the look of this thing. And I think another tiny problem I have is that this is what I would want as a thumb key, but it's not in a thumb position. So like the ideal layout would be that these thumb keys are laid out kind of like in an arc, and then it'd probably be the perfect keyboard. This looks so great. It's also pretty tiny. But yeah, looks really cool. Too costly. Don't need another keyboard. Not gonna buy it. So welcome back cutscene. What is it supposed to say? I mean, we could just skip through this. Part of this is supposed to be me just laying the foundation for this stuff, and I'm actually kind of just doing it. So where do you get back to the farming game? Here it is. You leave your house. The farm is covered in whatever starter crop you add. There are also lots more trees and random debris. It could be one season later if we have seasonal tile sets. So we got to do this at some point. I guess this will be for the polish stuff. Yeah. When you get back to the farming game, ideally your house still looks like how it did earlier, which means we need to save it. We also need to change tile sets and show a ton of crops and debris on your farm. It's corners you tap with your wrist. I think people would probably use their pinky, but I do wonder about that sort of thing. I'm getting a mouse later in the year, probably in July or something, where they have like knuckle buttons, I think, where you like I don't know how you press them. It's this mouse. And yeah, these buttons. I'm trying to think about this, like where does this rest? Yeah, you probably press like the first digit of your finger down. I don't know. Or you like claw your finger all the way back to be able to press it. I'm very interested in how that's going to work out. So yeah, they knock on your door. They just come greet you. So hey, haven't seen you in ages. See, you must really like starter crop. I wanted to check in on you. If you go to town without harvesting crops, you see a message. Okay, so we need them to approach you pretty much the same way they did originally. But when you leave your house, you're put farther down from the door for some reason. Why is that the case? What happened to the transitions here? That is the wrong function. And we also have this here. Oh, yeah. I didn't do that. And actually, that's probably what's causing an issue here. But there's another problem, which is I'm not doing the fade out thing, right? Next frame. Yeah, this is set immediate. Should be set fade. Yeah, that'll fix that problem. Now let's go get the cutscene. Here it is. So we need a new animation. New. Welcome back cutscene. This is probably going to be pretty similar to the last one. In fact, I wonder if I should have just duplicated it. Duplicate. Welcome back cutscene 2. Okay, now delete the first one. And now rename the second one. Good. Okay, so same thing's going to happen. They're going to walk over to you. You're not going to have exclamation marks. Or question marks, I mean. Question marks will be gone. So just delete these tracks. What just happened? I deleted too much. Because this character moved. Oh God, what have I done? Oh no. What have I done? This should all just be the new track, right? All the way down to start dialogue. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. But then I messed something up over here. So question mark is gone. This is gone. This, and this. Perfect. Okay. So tutorial man eventually walks over to you. You are idling facing down, and there's a bunch of blank space now that we need to delete. So we can just drag all this stuff to the side. And how far we drag it is just based on feeling. So I don't know, second and a half. So now when you play this out, he'll be facing down. Then this character walks over to you. Then you're facing right to see them. Then it starts their dialogue, but it does not start at start. It starts at welcome back, I guess. Welcome back. Now we go into our script and we come up with our welcome back section. Okay. Sorry, I think that all those one frame delayed calls are not correct and we use them for different things. Is that really how we're supposed to do it? I don't actually understand why you have to wait one frame to do something. Race condition. So in this particular case, it's because we're calling it from within physics process and we end up changing scenes within it. So imagine something like this. Imagine we have physics process and we have some code like if some condition change scenes, and then later we do like move and slide in the same function. This changing of scenes might delete our entire character such that move and slide is now invalid. So we have to wait for it to happen on the next frame so that we're not just like wiping out the whole scene in the middle of it. Dear, I was saying it to you. Welcome back. Okay, so our script. So let's go copy paste our script in here. Here it is. So this is going to be welcome back. Tutorial man. Hello, haven't seen you in ages. I see you must really like strawberries. Can't get enough of them. Or leave me alone. Okay, so jump to can't get enough strawberries. All right, now we duplicate this. All right, what do they say when you do that? Your grandpa would be proud. And then I want this to be on another line. All right, then it goes to leave me alone anyway. So this is there already a leave me alone? No, there isn't. Okay, so we'll choose this. Leave me alone. and then duplicate this, and then jump to, how do we jump at the end of this? We just put it, we have to tab it in. I don't know if we have to do that, but we're gonna. All right, leave me alone is I just want to check in on you. None of the townsfolk have seen you. And then this. And this. Strawberries. And then jump to the end. Do we have to do that? No, we don't have to do that. Okay, looks pretty good. So now we need to detect when you're done with that and then give you control of the character again. Now we also need some like you're trying to leave the farm without harvesting strawberries. And we need to allow you to harvest strawberries, I guess. Yeah, that we got to do. Where do we do this? Too many items on my to-do list anymore. Yeah. And then allow harvesting strawberries with the sickle. Maybe speed up the animation so that it's not tedious. So we got to detect that this character is done talking to you. We already have some code for that. There should be an on dialogue complete, right? Yeah, here it is. So now we put in else if this is equal to welcome back. Then we set input enabled false. So they're gonna walk away, I guess. Just like they did originally. Done with opening dialogue. Is this what I want? Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay. Dialogue looks like something that would need IntelliSense. You mean the syntax? Because they have they have a couple of interesting things. They have a playground online that it's got syntax highlighting and you can see how everything looks. And actually, if I tab this back, yeah, it looks like it should still work, but who knows? And then you can just play this over here. So like, yeah, you can just skip through this. You can change the choices that you get. And then they also have a VS Code plugin you can use. Yeah, I think this is nice. You know, I ran into something though. I was testing this, and when you try going into bed, it would stutter. And I did a bunch of performance analysis. This was on like Tuesday or something. And I found it was like 70 milliseconds to initialize this dialogue runner. And I tried figuring out like, is this a bug? Why is this happening? What do I do about this? And what I ended up deciding on is I just ended up putting this function here, warm up dialogue runner. What it does is it starts a dialogue runner while hidden and then stops it immediately. This function takes like 70 milliseconds, but it happens when the scene is fading in. So it's pretty much just obscured by the loading time. We don't have proper loading time yet, but we will need that. What engine am I using? I'm using Godot. Yeah. Hey, look, it sort of works now. Nice, they fixed it. Thanks, Magnus. Yeah, happy 5 months. You can now give me your money. Okay, so we were over here, and I still want to do this, and I still want to do this. So it's pretty much the same thing. Either way, they're just going to walk away from you. So I guess let's just change this here. Yeah, there. All right, now delete all of that. Okay, so then we got to disable your input while you are playing this thing. What is responsible for doing that? Set player input enabled. This is. So it's once we start the new game. Where do we do that? What am I looking for? Oh, I guess we know it's in farm zone, and I guess we know it's this. I could just put it in here, actually. Or we could put it over here. Either way is fine. All right, let's try it out. So this should play our new dialogue when we step out of the house. And we should not be able to control our character during that time. Nope. None of that worked. All right, let's put a breakpoint here and try it again. It must not think we're in the game for the second time. Is in game for second time is true, and has shown is false. Wait, so then we do go into this, and it's just not triggering anything? Yes, strange. What is happening? We go into this. We call play welcome back cutscene. So now it should be playing. Oh, it is playing, but our input isn't disabled. Why is our input not disabled? I have set player input enabled false. Well, what is this trying to do? Is enabled false. Oh, maybe we haven't changed zones yet? Ah, we haven't. Yeah, that's a problem. Because this disables input on its own, right? And then re-enables it. Presumably that's what happens. Yes, that's what happens. Okay, so what it should probably do is keep track of whether it was enabled or not. So we set an input to false immediately. And then set it to false again here. That seems unnecessary. But we should get the original input enabled value. Yeah. Bool orig input was enabled originally. And then set this over here. So now it won't change it. Yeah. Yeah, callback action. Yeah, I could. I think this will help. This will help the current scenario. I think a callback action would make this a lot clearer what's happening, though. Yeah, otherwise the ordering is going to be weird. All right, I think that's probably a good idea. Action, callback. So call next frame, set. And then we want to do this after it's faded back in, I guess. Do we only ever call this from that one function? Yes. Okay, so let's do callback. And then tween callback, which you probably can't do. Callable. Whoa, what is going on? All right, let's delete that. Callable.from. There. So now pass this in. And then this callback can just be a no op, I guess. I know I'm allocating a function for this for no reason. I'm not going to worry about that right now. And then set current zone on next frame. This would be this function now. Okay, let's try it. So we walk out of our house, input should be disabled. Yeah, but we're in the middle of this. That shouldn't happen. I think it's holding down. So if I'd held left or something, but input should have been disabled that entire time. Yeah, it is not disabled. But why? Call set with fade. Set input enabled false. Oh, this is, I see. Yeah, this is why we needed the second one of these calls here. So we now have a new player object. And we need to disable input there. So this should just be set to true again. Yeah. So then we don't need this. Okay. So now you should not be able to get ahead of the scene unless the scene wants you to be able to. No, it's still happening that way. What's going on? Oh, because our callback isn't until here. So I either need to call the callback sooner. Yeah, I guess we just call it a little sooner. we just do this actually. Okay. Yeah, Ollie. I'm a little torn on this. It's still not working anyway. What's going on? It's this call that I want. Call back, yep. Player exited house here. Is in farming game and not has shown cutscene. Set player input enabled false. All right, let's just set some breakpoints here. Do I need them to run in parallel? No, I don't. Yeah, I'm not certain what I'm missing here. This gets set and this gets set. Yeah, let's try it. Something else might be setting the input enabled again. So I do this. We call set input enabled to true and then immediately call my callback, which should call into this. Yeah, which sets it back to false. This should be the new player. Maybe it's not. Player.getParent dot name. Why couldn't it tell me the name? Farm zone. Yeah, so this is the correct player. Is something else calling this function to enable it? No. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. So if I just never enable this, we shouldn't be able to get farther down on the screen, right? It's possible this has something to do with physics process already keeping track of where I'm moving. Yeah, maybe it's that. Let's go take a look at farm player. Physics process. So this checks to see if input is enabled and gets a vector, then moves us in that direction down at the bottom of this function, right there. But as soon as we've changed into that new zone, so make zone current, this is going to set the player. The way we do this is right there. Nope, sorry, right there. Yep, sets the player. And then physics process still would not have run yet. We have a camera tween, we do some stuff, but otherwise this is finished. So now we go back to here, we set player input enabled to false, which just immediately sets it to false. What am I missing then? What if I just tap down? Do we still end up like shooting into the scene? No, we don't. So it's because I'm holding down. I just don't know why input is even enabled there. Something's amiss. Something is amiss. All right, let's put a breakpoint on this and see if there's something else I'm not seeing. So we set this to false immediately and then just never set it back to true, right? Yep, false, false. That's it. So it's false the entire time, which means then there must be some amount of time where the player is getting, oh, wait a sec. Maybe this isn't in the pause nodes. Is that even a thing that we have? It is a thing that we have. But farm zone starts as the current zone. I think that's the real problem. Did not think about that, did I? Yeah, it's still getting physics input even before we can set it to false. I'm not positive that's what's going on though. All right, let's go back to second time here. Player exited house. Set current zone. How does this work? We reparented to the pause zone, and then we reparent the new zone to the current one. Oh, you know what's probably true is both of these zones are probably in current? No, that doesn't make sense. Although we're about to verify that, so let's find out. So if you're in the house, the sub game, farming game, current zone. Oh, it does have both. Yeah, how'd that happen? Because when you enter this game, we have this right here. Oh, there is no current zone in that case? Ah, yeah, it's set to null. Whoops. Okay, so then technically we just start both zones in the paused area, right? And that should maybe fix this. It might not fix it the very first time, though. Oh, no, maybe it will. Yeah, actually, that should do it. I think this will work. Let's try. Good. That was functional. Now, what if we start you in the regular zone? Wait, how does this work? I have free play. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we can still move around. What about in the house? No, we can't move here now. Oh, right, because I commented out the part where we set player input enabled again. Because I wanted to test this. There we go. That'll fix it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So now we should be able to move while this is transitioning. But if we go to play after Fever Dream, then moving out of our house will no longer let us move at all, even into the scene. Perfect. Yep. Nice. So now we start a new dialogue. This is what I wanted to test originally. So, hello, I haven't seen you in ages. I see you must really like strawberries. There will be a bunch of strawberries here. I don't like to use the word see and seen twice. Maybe they could just be separate lines. Yeah. Maybe they should look left and right for this. I'm not going to do that yet, but yeah. Okay, something like this. The next time you come to the farm, I guess it could be just a totally different zone than we draw out for you. I'm debating what I want to do for that. Hey, Cal. So this is the original zone that you have. When you come back to this, we want it to be covered in strawberry plants that you can then go harvest. Hey, Matt. And also, hi, Chloe. I don't think it's a hi. I just responded to your question. Oh, and we need a different seasonal tile set. So it's either we swap out the entire environment layer or we just make a new scene. Yeah. How's it going? It's going pretty well. I'm leaning toward the make a whole other scene. But we'd have to reanimate everything. I kind of want to just swap out the environment then. I guess all we need to do is just set a bunch of, well, we just probably swap out the whole environment. So we probably put these into sub scenes and just pick which one. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. We should probably have the zone pick which environment to use based on which visit you're in. All right, free play after Fever Dream. Where's this? This should not trigger a cutscene, but right now that's not going to work. And we should just have to do this. Where is it? Has shown. Yep, this equal true. Now let's go try that out. Spawned and got bit by a snake. This time had the antidote. Okay, moving forward to the scene story. I mean, so and it is funny. I'll write that down. But the reason it's a joke in Skeleseller is because this does happen in a lot of other RPGs where you get in one of the early battles, you get poisoned, and you just use an antidote. Basically, what I'm trying to say is like Skeleseller was already mocking this concept. So I think that if we want to do this, it specifically has to be the Skeleseller character. Or the Skeleseller human character's sprite. Yeah. All right, so did this work? Did I even start this? If we walk outside of the house, we should be able to move now. Yeah. And if I walk outside and go left, I don't think this is working in a snappy way. It's kind of hard to tell. I guess we made the fade out time longer, we'd know. It is kind of hard to tell. I think I might have broken this. Set player input when we start fade screen and then call the callback. So if we just had the fade screen take longer, if show scene set it to 3.3, this should allow us to move into the scene before we've fully deleted the fade out thing. Yeah, nice. We can. I guess at 0.3 seconds, it's just not obvious to me because you walk so slowly in this game. There we go. All right, so we are done with that. So let's look at this again. Like I said, the main character, sorry, the tutorial man should probably look around. So, oh, he's not going to talk to you. What am I doing? I got to set this back to play after Fever Dream. And we'd have music here too, of course. So you walk outside. You can't move again. That should probably happen a little bit sooner. Maybe just a touch sooner. Hello, I haven't seen you in ages. Wow, you must really like strawberries. Which doesn't make sense when there aren't any strawberries. Can't get enough of them. Leave me alone. Your grandpa would be proud. I still think about him often. I'm sure you do too. Just wanted to check in on you. None of the townsfolk have seen you. You should really come out and get to know them. Maybe bring some of those strawberries. All right, then he goes back into his normal, like, slow walking over there. So now you'd be able to use your sickle and harvest strawberries, which we don't even have yet. I'm allergic to them. It just says game over. You have to go repeat all your progress. Maybe have the character look around and some emojis while tutorial man is walking over. They'd be confused too. Have your character look around? Oh, at the farm. That's right. But I don't want to play the exact same cutscene again, basically. Like the first time you arrive, you're confused because you're in a different game. The second time you arrive, you're confused because there are a lot of strawberries. Maybe the camera zoomed in and we zoom it out to show you the strawberries. That could potentially work. Also, I guess the tutorial man would have seen the strawberries on the way in, so saying like, wow. I think it would just be, you must really like strawberries. No, I think it would just be, I see that you really like strawberries. I don't know. I gotta workshop this line a little bit. But yeah, I think having it zoom out maybe. So you got to do this when tutorial man says that you like strawberries. We should probably zoom out the camera to reveal that there are tons on your farm. Yeah, so we got to check in what I've done. And then, yeah, stop the bed from talking to you, allow harvesting them. We did this already. We did this. Okay. All right. I got to take another break. We got another maybe 2 hours of work we can do. I'd like to get to maybe like here by the end of the day. That'd be pretty good. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. Close the game. Okay, so we gotta check in what I've done. Yeah, this is the animation. I said I wanted this to be a little bit faster. So let's just take all of this. Whoop, did I even select everything? There it did. Okay, and just drag it to the left a little bit. Yeah, like there. We're just eyeballing it. It doesn't really matter. All right, so there's that. Next, we have the dialogue. Yeah, we'll still work on that, so I'm not going to read over that right now. Has shown the cutscenes. We finished this. Yep, yep. Nope, that to-do isn't needed anymore. Oh, it's already gone. Yeah, this is me not realizing how deleted text looks because I need to be highlighted red and in my face. Farm zone got moved to pause zones. Yep, that's good. Okay, looking good. And yeah, cool. Okay, so allow or like work on re-entering the farming game. tutorial man will now give you another dialogue, or will now play another dialogue when you leave your house. Okay, when you get back to the farming game, your house still looks like what it did. Stop the man from talking to you or change dialogue. Maybe if you never left your house, the bed says you just got up. But if you come back later, it gives you different messages based on whether you're sleepy or not. No, actually, you know what? What if it was maybe regardless, the bed stops speaking in the first person and it says this is just a bed. I don't want to confuse the player here. But yeah, we'll think about that afterward. All right, so we got to change the environment out. So this environment is the one where you can farm. I guess you can farm on both of these, right? Yeah, we'd still have a ground layer, a seed layer, and everything. They just look different. They'd be pre-populated with different worlds. Took the keychron and marked where the black keys are. Oh, nice. Yeah. And it's pretty good. I do think getting even like a small MIDI keyboard is a pretty good idea. Because one of the other things that's kind of nice is like this can have some playback controls here and also octave buttons. Whereas on your computer keyboard, well, I guess you can still use octave buttons. But yeah, they're laid out like how a regular piano keyboard would be. I know the computer keyboard tries to emulate that, but it's not quite the same. All right, I'm still debating on how I want to do this. I guess we just have two environment nodes and they have the same script. So we'd have like, yeah, let's just export this to its own scene. All right, zone. So farm environment before dream. And then maybe just delete this entirely. It's got to be called environment. So now we make a new node 2D and go put this here and call this like environment node. Yeah. And then we'll go fetch that. So private node 2D environment node. Ready. We go fetch that. And then I want to set an environment based on where you are. Like load environment, add child environment. Okay. Then this becomes resource loader dot load packed scene res scenes farming game zones farm environment. Is it going to complete it? No, it's not. Before dream. I think that's correct. Then we instantiate it as a node 2D. No. It's an environment. Yeah. This isn't right. Farm environment. What am I talking about? Yeah. Okay. And then add it. All right, great. So this is always going to load in the very first one that we have. And then once we've loaded it, we need to fetch it from somewhere. The farming game fetches it, right? Here it is. No, base zone does. So base zone would need to set this. It sets it here. It can't do that now. Right. I mean, I guess it could. This won't exist though. And this is done in ready. This is before we do anything else. We'd have to like set up the environment here. And we wouldn't even know at that point because we wouldn't have any other information. So I guess we don't set up the environment like this or allow it to be null. Get node or null. Isn't there a get node or null? Maybe this can return null? Where is it? Returns null, but it also generates an error in that case. There's a get child or null, isn't there? Yeah. There's no get node or null? Oh, there is. What? Why didn't that autocomplete? Oh, maybe it did. Okay, but this implies that this can now be a question mark and then it will actually be set to null at first. Yeah, so now we need to set up the environment, I guess, after you've initialized the game. Init environment. What did I call this? Load environment. And why am I forgetting the name of functions within like a minute? This is like a uniquely today problem. All right, and then instead of doing this, what we want to do is just set this to the environment itself. And then sure, add this in here. Is this gonna work? Your house interior has its own environment in here. And it's just a node 2D. And we do this so that we can, no, it's not a node 2D. It's a farm environment. Is that what this handles? Yeah, it does handle it. Okay. That's maybe fine. Let's go try this out. So ideally, this works in the house. Nope. Nothing works at all. Did I get the wrong path? Object reference not set to an instance of an object. What failed? Did I take the wrong path? I might have. Where is it? Farm zone environment. And the scene is called farm environment before dream. Let's just do that. Show and copy. Did I get the path wrong? Does this match this? It doesn't. Oh, sub games. Oh. All right. Well, at this point, I mean, let's just copy paste the whole thing because, yeah, this is, yeah, there. I had the wrong path. I thought it was auto completing based on valid paths, but I think it was just AI hallucinating something. I'm not actually sure what happened there. So now we can load it, but we can't add this because this hasn't been set yet. Okay, so load environment is being done before we have ready. No, it's not even that. It's that I just deleted a line of code from here. Whoops. Okay. Well, there we go. Yeah, I messed up pretty much every portion of that. Yeah, this happens every once in a while where the controller just doesn't work. I don't know how you get that to fix. Oh, there we go. All right, that's probably fine, but I did not mean to trigger a cutscene. Why did that happen? Oh, because I had such a play normally. I want free play after Fever Dream. Yeah, we want to get some strawberries here. All right, good. And if I leave and come back, should keep track of which tiles were modified. I can water this tile. It's looking good, looking good. Nice. Hey, I'll go dev. It's going pretty well. We are just about to make it so that you can harvest strawberries. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to first think about, there's a seed layer here, but I guess, yeah, I guess plants would be in the seed layer. And we're going to need a new, to be like farm environment after dream. Okay, so let's go fill in some strawberry plants. I should just be able to paste this in here, right? Yeah. And actually, I want there to be like, I want your farm to just be covered in. Oh, we don't have the house here now. which is going to make it really hard to tell. I think I'm doing this poorly. Yeah, I think I'm doing this poorly. We'd have to like instantiate in the farm thing after the dream so we can see where this is going. And then when we save this, we'll see it over here. So we need to zoom in, like really zoom in on the player here so that you can't see any of the strawberries. So we need to put these like just barely off screen, I guess. And it's going to be like a comical amount of strawberries. Watch this. And then same thing over here. There we go. Well, we're going to have some other changes here. There'll probably be some more debris on your farm or something. We have to indicate the time has passed. We need to change the tile set too. I'm not doing a lot of this yet. And actually probably Dark will be the one to do this. But yeah, so something like this. We actually have not covered the entirety of the ground with strawberries. We still need to do that. What am I doing with all this extra land? If not for planting strawberries. There. Okay, so this needs collision. But that means that the tile set needs collision. Here. Physics, add. All right, so how's this going to work? I don't want it to have... I don't want it to block the player. So I guess we'll say that this is game specific. And it collides with a tool. The tools don't have any concept of regions though. I mean, we can do that for now. And then we just need to draw out the collision shape, which will just be the whole thing. There. Okay, so now there's collision on this, but the sickle doesn't have collision. So if we go to farm player, the sickle doesn't even, it's not even an object. Yeah. We have sickle usage here, and when we swipe, we could make it activate a collision region for that time. And then whatever's inside that region gets harvested and turns into strawberries. And then you've got to put the strawberries into your inventory, right? I forgot. There's a lot of work to be done here. So we need to detect that the sickle has come in contact with strawberry plants. And then we need to remove the plant from the ground, play a sound, and create a strawberry item on the ground. You should be able to pick up the strawberries. You should probably see a number indicating how many you have. Eating them, if that's even possible. Maybe you shouldn't be able to eat them. No, I don't think you should be able to eat them. Yeah. Are you winning? We're making progress. It's just there are a lot of aspects to making this game that are somewhat slow for the amount of time the player gets out of them. But hi, Supercuber. So in terms of the collision area, we could add a new area 2D here. And I guess add a collision shape. The shape would probably change as we do this. Hey, Stefan. For someone starting to learn Godot and game dev in general, would you recommend C# or GDScript? GDScript, yeah. I think it's a good way to get started. And that way you don't need anything external. You can just follow pretty much all the documentation you find online. I feel like eating the crops would be pretty useful in terms of design space if you get to a point where you want or need to add more to the game. Yeah, but if we do get to that point, we would probably just add in eating then. Because one of the problems with the eating is that you would consume the item. Like the item from your inventory, I mean. Obviously, you're literally consuming it as well. But you'd consume it from your inventory so that if you run out, then we still need to make sure you have a way of getting more. Because you need 3 before you can enter town. So when there are like a million plants, you can just harvest all of them. But if you could eat them all too, then yeah, we'd have a problem. I don't want people getting soft locked in these games. All right, so this I'm not sure what the best way to do is. We could say that this is like the tool area. I could have done this for all of this stuff, I guess. And yeah, we could just kind of enable this for some portion of time. We could also change what the tool area shape would be. So I don't know. Let's just do this for now. Let's just set it to this. No matter which way you're facing, it's always going to just... we should probably change it. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Might be a good idea to hold on to for the future as well. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, but this game is going to be done pretty soon. This sub game, I mean. I don't think you'll ever return to the farming game after this. So, like, you'll go into town, you'll meet some NPCs, you will meet the sidekick, and you'll have a conversation, and then they'll lead you through the puzzles that they encountered so far, at which point you'll go through portals, and it'll be the end of the checkpoint. The player gets soft locked, just played off as an intended bug. That we'd have to give them a way out. I think you ever have to quit the game and re-enter to be able to make progress, then players are just going to see that as a bug, not an intentional thing. What do I want to do? I mean, we could just set this to monitoring or not monitoring. So how about this? Let's just change the sickle down animation for now. Yeah, I just want to change one of these. And hopefully I don't forget that I'm only modifying the down one. So we want to change the property of the... Oh, it crashed. Okay, well, let's try that again. Did it remember? No, it didn't remember it. Okay, we got to add this again. Area 2D, tool region, collision shape, a rectangle. Now in sickle down, we're going to... Oh, this is the dummy player. When you get to this point, yeah, like right around here, I guess. Which should actually literally be 0.3, right? Yeah. So now we add in a property for the region saying that it is monitor ring. So it'd be when there's monitoring and monitorable. I guess monitorable. And I want to set this to on. And then you swipe, it probably changes shapes and stuff. And then right around, I guess at the end of it, how many frames do we have? Yeah, I guess at the end of this, we turn it off. So insert key where this gets turned off. Demo ends with the player getting soft locked. Actually, would be kind of funny. The way that we have it planned right now is at the very end of the game, you get a special key. You go to the community center. There's a room with a switch, and you open the upper door, and the sidekick opens a lower door. So now you're in separate chambers, and you each press a switch, and a portal appears, and you try entering it, and it says, "This portal is not available in the demo. Please consult a portal technician on Steam." So it was kind of a joke of like, okay, you're done. This is the end of the demo. But soft locking you could be kind of an interesting way of doing this. All right, so we turned this on, right? Yeah, all right. Now you got to go do this. So this is 6.5 because the other one was 5.6, right? 5.6, 6.5. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now we go test this out. So when a region enters the seed layer, we consider it to be harvested. How do we even set something up on this? I don't know how we do that. To detect area 2D entering tile map layer. On body entered of So this is considered a body, and we could have it enter the tool region. That makes sense. I just don't think this will work the way I've done this because it's not entering, it's just enabling it. But let's try it out. Who knows? So farm environment on body. There's no on body entered here. Oh, it's on the seed layer, I guess. Seed layer on body entered. No, there is no body entered. Tile map layer doesn't have it. Yeah, there is no entered thing here. Could we get the physics layer? No. Use on body entered. The tile map is considered a body. So we put this on the area and we just check to see that it's a tile map. Okay, we could do that. All right, let's go find this then. So tool region, farming player. Private area 2D tool region. Ready, we go fetch this. And then we do on body entered. Okay, so the only thing that even can enter the tool region is a crop in this case. This is a, let's write this down. To do, I may eventually want the axe to work like this. So yeah, keep that in mind. Hey, Atomic, can you roll that? So if you have the selected farm item as the sickle and a body entered, then you want to harvest all of those tiles. Yeah, so this will only tell you that the tile map, something has entered. Maybe we need to make these all their own scenes. Because I got to change whatever tiles you intersected with. I mean, the other way we could do this is not with collision at all. We could just check to see in a given area around your character, like which tiles have seeds on them. It's probably better than this. Yeah, it's probably better. I don't think we gain a lot doing things this way. But actually, let's do a little bit more research on this. Godot detect collision with individual tiles. Do we have to make them scenes? Create a scene for tile and save it. Attach a script to it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think I know what the techniques are then. Do you know which tile it collided? You can connect body shape entered. You get the layer and coordinate collided with. Get layer for body rid. Oh, interesting. I didn't know those existed. Okay, we could try that. Body shape entered. Interesting. And then this has some thing passed in. Body shape entered. Body rid, body shape index, local shape index. Let's just copy paste all those. All right, so body rid, body shape index, local shape index. All right, so if you selected the sickle, then we need to get layer coords. We know what layer it was in this case. It has to be the seed layer, although we could do this. Wait, no. Hold on a second. This is 2 years ago? This is for tile map, so then we don't have this problem. Yeah, because we have tile map layers. So we just check the seed layer, which we don't have, but we have the environment, I guess. We don't have that either. We don't do any of this here. This sucks. Wasn't there a quick action to fill the signature? There might have been. Yeah, so I need to get the farming game because right now the way this works is we actually have it inside the game that we use the sickle. But this doesn't do anything about collision. I mean, I guess we can just move this for now. As long as I'm hacking things together. Yeah, let's just be hacky about it and then I'll fix this up later. But it's anytime we set the player, then we need to change. This is silly. This is very silly. Area 2D tool region. So field get node. This is so bad. Yeah, this is so bad. Because we need to remove this too over here. Body shape entered. Minus equal on body shape entered tool region. I don't like this. I'll spend time doing this differently later. Yeah. I just want to get something working for now. And then down here we do the same thing. So area 2D tool region. And then add this. Okay. So now we get all these things. We check to see what your selected item is. Farm. Where do we do this? Item? I don't know. The hotbar might have it. Something has a listener. Yeah, here. Player. Oh, it's just stored in player. That's it. Okay. And this is private. Yep. Okay, well, let's just make it public for now. I am, like I said, just hacking my way through this. So now we go down to here. So if player dot selected farm item is equal to that, then we get the environment seed layer. We can't get that. Well, we're gonna go make it so that we can. I'm gonna hack my way through everything here. And then there's some get from body rid, get chords for body rid. So this returns a vector 2y. And now what we're going to do is go set that seed layer to, how does this work? Chords, source ID, atlas chord. Okay, so chords, source ID, atlas chord. The seed layer only has a source ID of 0. But we want to set this to nothing. I forgot how you null things out. Set tile identifiers, source is that, atlas is that, for this should always be 0, 0. Source ID is set to -1. Cell will be erased. Okay. So set cell is chords, -1. Okay. So let's try that. If this even worked, which I don't know if it will, then it will just delete the seeds from the ground or the strawberry plants. But it'll only work when facing downward. We don't even have the right environment here. Yeah, I gotta go save this. Farm environment after dream. Okay, so we need to know if you're in this the second time or the first time. So string scene path equals farming game second. We can't access this. It's in the save system. Do we have the save system here? I guess we can get it from the farming game. No, I made that private. Oh, man. All right, well, again, let's just break our way through all this. All right, is in farming game for second time. So if you're in it for the second time, then it's going to be after the dream. Otherwise, it'll be before the dream. Cool. So we change before to after and this to a colon and then just use that. All right. So now we should have actual strawberry plants that we can try this on. The scene doesn't exist? No, the farming game save system doesn't exist because we call this too soon. Oh, that's my guess. I should validate that. Farming game is fine. Save system is null. Yeah. Okay. Why is that? It's in this thing. Oh, no. It gets passed in through a init. We need to find... Huh. We initialize the zone before we have the save system then? All right. Like I said, we're hacking everything together, so I guess let's just go hack this thing and say that we don't have this. Cool. This equals true. There. The farming game doesn't have the save system yet. This is me cutting too many corners. I just want to try out this method and see if this works. It doesn't. I did save that, right? Tool region is here. Collision shape is there. Yeah, that's good. And we make it... It's actually always monitorable. I think the problem is not this. I think it's that it's just... Wait. Hold on, let me delete this. What did I do here for this? Body, enter, tool region. The region is moving. So it's not actually the body is entering it. It's that the region is entering the body. Is there another thing we can do on this? Body, area shape, mouse. I think this is the problem. Like this is never being, well, this is being called, but then this function is never being called. I don't think anything can call it based on my understanding of how Godot collisions work. So this is getting hit on the tool region, yeah. When we're in the house, then it gets hit over here. So we have something trying to call this. If we were to try moving the tile map upward, I think it would work. We need the sickle selected. And then we need to have run this from over here where we can move this. Not certain what I'm about to try makes sense. But I guess we'll find out. So now if I move the map from the editor, I think that it will just harvest all of the stuff around it. No, maybe that doesn't count as it entering. And I put the collision on this, right? Yeah, it's collidable. To count as soon as the body moves through physics. I see. Okay. So I need to move the whole tile map layer upward. So this doesn't matter. We have to do something like this. Let's see if that makes it work. So I'm going to override physics process. And we're just going to say seed layer dot position plus equal vector 2 dot up times delta. Sure. So now the entire seed layer is going to move upward very slowly. Yeah, well, this is what I would expect to have happen here. So now if this strawberry ends up entering the tool region, it should get deleted. No. I don't actually need to swing this, right? No, something else is going on here. Also, this is hilarious, and I'd love to just keep this in the game. If the strawberry plants just march upward, they're leaving your farm. What am I missing? Is this ever getting hit? Let's try that first. Because maybe I just didn't do this part correctly. I'd be kind of surprised though. Bigger farm. Well, this one's just got some crops planted on it already. Oh, nice. It is getting hit. Oh, wow. So then I'm just probably being silly here, right? I didn't mean to do what I just did. There. Okay. So now check here. So we get coordinates 1, 0. That is not what I'd expect. I don't understand what that could even represent. It's not a tile set coordinate. And it's not in the tile map because I'm in like the middle of the map right now. Is that the facing? It might be just that it's not the map that's actually colliding with it. We could find out. Body.name. Seed layer. No, it is a seed layer. What? Yeah, what? I don't understand how this could be 1, 0. So then we're deleting, if I just let this run, we're deleting nodes from over here. So like some of these got nulled out. That didn't make sense. No. I don't see any disappearing. I wonder if these coordinates ever change. Maybe, let's read the documentation for this function again. Turns tile map layer. All right, this is not what I want. I want the coordinates, and I want this of the tile map layer anyway. So let's go find tile map layer. Tile map layer. Here. And then there should be a body rid thing here. Get coordinates for body rid. Returns the coordinates of the physics quadrant. Okay, that's unfortunate. So it's an entire quadrant it's returning. Such for a given physics, such a rid can be retrieved from get collider rid. To get the cell coordinates, you need to set physics quadrant size to 1, which disables physics chunking. Okay, so this is basically just a bad way of doing this. I think that's what I'm realizing. If we do set the physics quadrant size to 1, which is trivially easy to do, but then it's going to be less optimal here, right? Problem is, I don't know where you set the physics size to 1. I think you do it in here. 1. There. Does that work? Even then, it's going to give us the coordinates. Well, no. That should actually be fine, right? Yeah, okay. So now we can clear out, you know, acting like our sickle has been used. Now, do we need the seed layer to be moving? This is bad. I don't like this. The bottom row looked empty because they're all moving upward. That was to see if I needed to enter that region or if the region needed to enter where I am. So now what we can do is we can go to farm environment and see if that actually was necessary. So let's see. So now I'll just check to see if I can move on to those again. Yep, okay. So then that wasn't necessary. We don't need to do this. Yeah, I don't like this idea. So problem, I need to figure out how to harvest crops. So option 1 would be do what I did, like set quadrant size to 1 so that there's no physics chunking. Enable physics or enable collisions on the tile map layer. And then from my animations, enable a region at some point. Option 2 is to figure out coordinates myself based on where I am in the world, which is already what we're doing for the shovel, by the way. This is what we're doing for the shovel. And if we want, for right now, what we could do is we could just make it so you only harvest one thing at a time. I mean, that's the easiest way to do this. I just don't know if this solution makes any sense. And then option 3 is make each crop a scene, or like its own scene that has an area 2D that can detect that the tool hit it. This also might not be too bad. But given that we're not making a real game here, we should just do what's fastest. And I think what's fastest is option 2. Do some range of tiles. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what I'm thinking of doing. We could even use a region for where the tool is hitting and just find out which plants are there. But I wonder how this would scale. All right, well, let's just ditch everything I did. I'll copy this over into my stream of consciousness note for now. Actually, probably the whole thing. Yep. Just paste this here. There. Okay, set this to today and delete the Magnus part. And then delete this from here. Great. So I'm going to go undo all of that. Well, maybe not quite yet. Maybe what I'll do is go back to the farming game thing that we have. And instead of any of this, all of the coordinates we still need, we'll just go to the sickle function and copy what we did for the shovel. Shovel. Get this sickle. Okay, so tile position equals get tile position of a particular pixel position. And then once we have that, because it's vector 2i, we just do this tile position. So this will let us harvest one crop at a time, which is not what I want, but this is fine for now. And all you need to do in the game anyway is harvest 3 crops. So even if this is how this worked, it wouldn't really be a big deal. And then I'll cut out this other code that we had here. So this goes away, this goes away, this goes away. And then let's make the animation much faster. Farming player, delete tool region, animation player. So this is how fast it plays out now. That doesn't work at all because you can't do things that way. You need to do it through here. That's very slow. It's 7 frames per second. Oh, I guess it's just 0.9 seconds. So there's some way we're able to speed this up and not make it tedious. I don't remember how we do that. FPS. Could also add a blend tree and animation tree and have your animation going to a timescale node and then eventually in the output. Why? Okay. I think it's probably best to just scale this whole thing. How much faster do we want it? 0.9 seconds is kind of crazy, right? Maybe just twice as fast. So just select everything and edit, scale ratio 0.5. So now it should be twice as fast. Right, except for you can't look at it through there, can you? Which should I do this for? Sickled down? That's super fast. And it won't match the other animations now. Let's just keep it super fast. Who cares? Which means this now needs to be set to 0.45. All right, same thing with right. Scale. And 0.45. And then up. Yeah. So now it's twice as fast. Let's go try this out. You can only harvest one thing at a time. Hey, Sosola. Nope, I broke something. What is it that broke? Tool region not found. Oh yeah, I deleted that, but I apparently didn't delete it from the code. There it is. And where else? I should probably just look through the rest of this and see if there's anywhere else that I started breaking things. So the environment part is fine. This is probably fine. We made this public, which I don't need to do anymore, I think. Yeah, I changed a bunch of things. Okay, well, whatever. Let's try it. Yeah. So there we go. This is kind of just fine, even if we just want to leave it at this. Like, I don't expect the player to harvest all of this. Also, we could just make it so that when your energy depletes, you can't use your tools anymore. So now, even if you wanted to, you can't harvest anything. It'd be the world's most tedious farming. It might be best to just make these their own scenes, though. That way we could fade them out. I don't think you can fade out a tile. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just not thinking. So now you can plant more seeds if you want. Oh, you can actually overwrite the strawberry plants that are there. You gotta stop that from happening too. And what if you dig one of these? No, it doesn't matter. You can water one, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's go write that down. Stop you from planting seeds on top of a strawberry plant. Yeah, I think the ideal harvesting would be to turn them all into scenes in the tile set. It's not even that it's hard to do. Probably to turn all of the strawberries into their own scenes. Then detect collision with the tool region. Have the tool region be connected to the animations that play out, so that the positions can be realistic. And yeah. By having strawberries be their own scenes, we could also fade them out. Yeah. All right, well, we don't need to get too crazy with this. I do want it to be at least a little bit realistic as to how you use this. Also, what happens if we do plant seeds over these and then try to sickle out the seeds? Yeah, it deletes it no matter what. Which actually, is that desirable? Do we want that? Because that way when you're messing around with this on your own, you could actually like remove the seeds. I don't think we want that. Izika. Yeah, so stop you from planting seeds, stop you from sickling out seeds from the ground. All right, well, anyway, once you get enough of these, you would be able to leave town. Sorry, leave to go to town, which means that the farm probably shouldn't be this wide. There should also probably be a path or something leading out here. So yeah, there's got to be some way to leave. And we don't have that. And then that'll set you into the town scene. We could also just make it all one map. Like you just walk right into town. There's no transition. I don't think we should do that. Then the other thing we want to try to prevent is going to sleep when you shouldn't be going to sleep. Yeah. All right, well, I'm very torn. I think we should check in what I've done. By the way, what time is it? 11? Okay. Yeah, I think we should check in what I've done. Change tile sets. This part's finished. Change tutorial man, welcome back cutscene to zoom the camera out when they talk about strawberries so that you can see them all on your farm. Wait, when you walk outside though, you would also see that it's a different season. Hmm. Wait, would you see it's a different season? I'm going to use a different tile set, but that's not how real life works, right? If you walk outside of your place in spring and then you walk outside in summer, it's possible all the plant life just looks the same. It's like if it was already, yeah. And it's not like the grass would look any different. But in farming games, they do. We have farm and tile set, tile set. What is outside? It's a great question. All right, so tile grass, spring, and tile set grass, summer. So you can see the color changes slightly between these two. In fact, I don't even know if the player would notice. What about the fall one? Okay, fall is very obviously different. I mean, we could go, well, the point was you growing strawberries, right? So I guess we can't change this too much because the strawberries actually need to grow. Could also just not change the tile set. Because each season is 3 months long anyway, right? So you could just still say 3 months have passed and it could, well, 2.9 months have passed. It's still spring. All right, let's not worry about that. Check in what I've done. Okay. Yeah, I'll clean this up. Farming gamer, it's always winter. In a lot of the farming games that are out there, I feel like they do have a change in seasons and there's still something to do in winter, but they either need to push you inside for farming or have some like special winter crops. It would be kind of funny if it was a farming game where you were expected to plant like summer crops in the winter. You just can't. Well, we need some way of like breaking the game after that. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to take a break. And when I get back, we'll try to work through some of this stuff. I'm not super hopeful because there's a lot that I feel like I should clean up here. Man, I just really want to get it so that by the end of next week, we've got like a playable checkpoint. We're almost there. I mean, as long as you can harvest crops and you can, and I'll work on this afternoon too. Yeah, let me take a break. Okay. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. Close the game. Yeah, let's see what we can get done with here. Hey, Peso. And hey, Meyer. Okay. So checking what I've done. Yeah, like I said, committed a bunch of programming sins to get here. So the environment being swappable, we want to keep this. What is this? Oh, these are removed lines. Man, I gotta change this to red. Maybe I should just not use the unified viewer while I'm still confused by this. Yeah, this is fine. We move the environment out of the scene, so it's natural that all this stuff would get changed. Okay. Next up is this. I made this public. Did I end up using it? I did, but there was really no reason to do that, I think. Because presumably we could just expose a function here. There's plant seed. Yeah, there could be like harvest crop, maybe pass in an area or something. I think that's probably better. Public void harvest crops. Vector 2i tile position. All right, where'd we come from to get here? This. So we don't need any of this here. We do need to go find the sickle code and move this out of here. So current zone environment, harvest crops at the tile position. And all it's going to do is this. Easy. Now we can make this private again. And then we can go back to our review. Hey, Wendy, how you doing? I checked this morning for a Wendy stream. Thought about what you said about wanting to do more. Man's job is to entertain me. Me. How the devil are you? I'm the devil pretty good today. Yeah, it's been going well. I have another roughly a week before I'm going to take my vacation. Tomorrow and probably next Friday will be music streams where hopefully we can finish up enough of the farming track and the platformer track and maybe like one or two other things. Maybe there's a title screen track that I play. And then, yeah, I've got a bunch of little content things to get through and then polish. So yeah, I'm excited to do this stuff. It's just it's the self-imposed deadline that's kind of causing me a little bit of stress. And it's just my vacation time. And the vacation is going to be like 2 weeks, which is why I want to get this done before the vacation so that I could get some feedback from people while I'm on vacation. But if I can't start it then I have to wait probably 2.5 or 3 weeks for me to be done with it and then start soliciting feedback. So yeah, anyway, the game's in a playable enough state where I can probably get some feedback from people. And there's still another, whatever, 5 work days that I can do. So yeah, we'll still make progress here. So nothing else access to this outside of here. So we can make this private. Back to what it was. I don't know what just happened there. Something moved. Yeah. Oh, let's close this. Anything else over here? No, that looks fine. Now, selected farm item. I don't think we need this to be public anymore either. Yeah, I'll try running this again. That's the most important part is like, does this even still work? The environment node stuff. This is probably fine. This is bad. Yeah, this is really bad. This needs to know that you're in the farming game for the second time. So farm zone needs to know about the save system. But load environment right now is called from init. And init takes in the farming game, but it doesn't have a save system at that point. Why not? Where do we set this? In its own init? And where do we initialize the zone? Right there. We could just change that. Yeah, we could just change this. And now everything should be fine. So we delete this and put that there. Oh, then the save system needs to be public though. Okay, fine. We'll change that. We'll change it the proper way. Make this a field. Good. And then over here, just capitalize this. Okay, let me try that. Let's see if this is even working. I wouldn't be surprised if it broke. So we should see our regular... Nope, that's not right. At least I don't think it's correct. Because setup initial state is what's responsible for this. Okay, no. I understand what's going on. I have another ordering problem here in init. We need to initialize the starting state and then initialize the zones. This is going to break everything. Yeah, this is going to break everything. It doesn't know that we're in the second state here. And we can't set this to the current zone if we don't have a farming game set, because then this will fail. So we need a way to like just set the farming game and then later on call the initialization that we want to do. I probably should be using a different setup for all of this. And part of it, I'm like kind of intentionally cutting some corners here. All right, let's do this. Let's set farming game, and just set this in here and then leave this with nothing. And then the derived classes will have nothing to override now. So we just delete that stuff. Yeah. Well, I guess we still need based on init, right? And farm zone might have needed it too. But now this doesn't do anything. Okay, that'll allow us to go change this. So now we just have set farming game this. And then down here we do this again and actually call init on it. This is stupid. It's really stupid. We're also initializing every zone, whether or not you see it. Oh, there are only going to be 3 in this game. Actually, no, there might be 4. Or maybe 5. All right, so yeah. That's good. Now we got to go check to see what happens if this is before the fever dream. It should look like a blank farm. It breaks. Make zone current. We don't have a farming game? No, we don't have a player? We do have a player. We don't have a thing that takes this. No, we don't have a house. Because ready hasn't been called. We don't add these into the scene? No, they're there by default. I might have changed something I didn't mean to change. House is called an init. Why did I do this? This shouldn't be here. This should be over here. Oh, maybe it's needed because it gets initialized multiple times. I sure hope that's not the case. No, it's not the case. Okay. Oh, yuck. Have you settled after the front page exposure? What do you mean by settled? Like, have I just gotten a chance to relax? Because, yeah, this week has been a pretty normal week. It's been good, too. Okay, yeah, here we are. So we can plant seeds. We can do this. We can go into our house. We can dig out the house if we want. What happens if you try to sickle out tiles here? Okay, so that's working. Now we want to put ourselves back in afterward. And I also want to change the this doesn't do anything yet, because it does do something now. And now when we walk outside, we'll see a ton of strawberries. Yep. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Now we can go check this in. I'll review it one more time, just make sure there's nothing funky going on here. I am still not very happy with how I've done things. This is looking better. You know, the thing is, I had a lot of this planned ahead of time. I'm trying to think why. I know I did things this way because of the animation player. I swear, cutscenes are going to be the end of me. I don't want to make a cutscene system for every single game. And maybe we don't need many cutscenes at some point, too. Like maybe some games just don't have them, but this is more story driven at the beginning. Yeah, the rest of this looks fine, though. Cool. Yeah. All right, let's check it in. Change environment on second time on farm. Okay. So changes to zoom out the camera and zoom it in. This is a little bit challenging because what we need to do to get this to work is we need a function call in here. I don't think we have any function calls right now, but I have it somewhere with set auto choice. Set auto, is it not set auto choice? There it is, set next auto choice. Yeah, so here's what we would do. We'd put some code here that is something like zoom camera out. And then we need to go figure out how we add a handler for this. This is right now inside of options presenter. We need to add this from the farming game, which I can do. So I guess let's go do that. And the dialogue runner gets created here. So yeah, we're gonna create a new dialogue runner. We're gonna have a loading thing too. Man. All right, so runner dot add command handler, zoom camera out, zoom camera out. Sure. Okay. Now what I want to do, I guess it needs to be zoomed in the first time you go outside of your house, right? So camera dot create tween zoom. This is a what, a node path? Yeah, it's a node path. So this changes to Godot node paths dot zoom. So we want to zoom to normal levels. So this will be vector 2.1. And over the course of a second, I don't know. Then we need it to be zoomed in when you start this cutscene. So welcome back cutscene. This is kicked off from here. And we set camera.zoom equals new vector 222. All right, let's see how this looks. It might look bad. Yeah. So you're going to walk out of your house. It'll be zoomed in. It's not zoomed in. What's going on here? Is this code being hit? Oh, maybe it was 2 by default and I need to zoom to 4. Yeah, that might have been it. Let's see what it's set in the scene. I didn't even think of that. Farm game. Camera. Yeah, zoom is set to 2 by default. Okay, so then we want to change it to 4. Why? What is happening here? Huh, it's not letting me change to... There we go. All right, so this is 4, 4. And then the other thing that tries setting it back to 1 now needs to... Where did that go? Vector 2.1. I shouldn't have it in many parts of the code. Here it is. Vector 2.1. We'll do new vector 222. Okay. So it'll be zoomed in, probably uncomfortably close. Oh, and you can already see the strawberries. The whole point is that when they talk to you, you shouldn't know. Yeah, so I see that you really like strawberries, and it zoomed out. We'd have to move all of that down. All right, let's try that again. How many tiles down would we have to move it? Or we could just zoom in even more. But I mean, the further in we zoom, the worse it's going to look. So if we move it down by 2 tiles, you wouldn't be able to see. So let's go do that. So just take everything in the ground layer, select, and move it down like that. And then take everything in the seed layer, select, and then move it down like that. And then just delete the top 2 rows. Whoops, not delete. Turn into grass. There. Okay, so now you can't see it until it zooms out. It zooms out very linearly. So let's go change how this zooms. Set ease. Actually, the easing is probably fine. Set transition to transition type dot cubic. And I mean, we might as well set the easing, although I think it's in out by default. Interpolation is slowest at both ends. Yeah. And maybe make it take a little bit longer. And it shouldn't be just as soon as they say, I haven't seen you in ages. It should be after they say, I see you really like strawberries. So you walk outside your house, you're super zoomed in. This doesn't really work, does it? Oh man. It like zoomed out, but the dialogue is covering all the strawberries. I don't like that. Might be good to pan down a little too. Yeah, I think what I want to do is I want to spawn these closer still. So like that. And then I want the camera to be even maybe more zoomed in than it was originally. So 4, 4. Let's set this to 8, 8. The more we zoom in, the more it's going to feel like the man is not anywhere near you. So yeah, like you can't even see that they're on the screen now. I haven't seen you in ages. See, you really like strawberries. Hey, Fallen Great. It's going pretty well. I mean, if we like really zoomed out, which then we're gonna hit a different problem. Oh wait, I guess we could zoom out to this, and we wouldn't hit a problem. Might need the dialogue to disappear during the pen. Yeah, I think that would probably be best. Then we just have a delay. So we need the tutorial man to walk a little bit closer, or for the camera to be panned over to the side. Yeah. That looks a little bit better. But then we need to pause this too. I wonder if you can do this as part of the... Can we do that? Like then when you see this line, I guess it's the same as putting it above this line. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work. So zoom camera out, we could just time it with roughly how long it takes for this. So tween interval, like 1 second maybe. Then it pans the camera out. Need to control the camera too. Whoops. Yeah. I actually think even like this area should be covered in strawberries. Yeah, if we did that, then we don't need to do anything with the dialogue because you'll be able to see, oh, there are strawberries just everywhere. Okay, so here's what we got to do. We got to go figure out how much can you see when you're fully zoomed in, and then paint everything. Blot out the sun with strawberries. So you walk outside, and here's how much you can see, which is what, like 2 tiles below you, only the edge of the house, and not even the right edge of the house. We don't see where the house is over here. And if I did change this, farm zone. Yeah, so we instantiate in the after dream. All right, there we go. So we cannot see the left side of the house. So right. What am I doing? Let's just paint that there and see where does that line up with. Yeah, that's fine. So we can go even 2 to the side of that. Like over here, what is happening? Why can't I draw on this? Oh, it doesn't have it selected anymore. Okay, that'll work. And then on the right side, well, they'd be walking through your strawberry field, I guess. Yeah, that's probably fine. Well, it's a little rude. Now let's try over here. Yeah, that probably works. Okay, now we just paint a wide brush. Strawberries. Strawberries. And we'd fill out the rest of this too. I mean, your farm might as well just be covered with it, right? Then we got to go delete this node. Okay. So you should be none the wiser as you walk outside of your house. Yeah. And then we got to make that man show up in view. Haven't seen you in ages. I see that you really like strawberries. It's actually touching the house. Actually, that's not really a problem, right? Yeah, we could just have the strawberries be like under the house or something. All right, let's go try that. Okay, now let's fix the cutscene opening. So that is coming from Farm Zone. Animation, welcome back. So this guy needs to walk all the way over to you, but you don't see him until he's there, and then he's not even in view. So now we'll just do this. We'll just have him bolt over to you. There, nice. And then make him go even a little bit closer so you can actually see him. So he's like in your face. I guess he's gonna slide in really quickly, right? Yeah, we probably need to change this then. So what is this number? 454. So we'll just make this 484. Yeah, there. Now he moves a little bit slower. So he walks over to you. And then he starts talking. Okay, let's see how that is. Oh, what was that? I pressed start and the dialogue was visible? That is not supposed to be the case. Yeah, that's a big problem. That's coming from that warm-up dialogue thing, right? Oh, man. We hide the whole canvas layer, though. How is this showing? How is this showing? And why don't I see that if I don't press start? Does it show up anyway? It only shows up if you press start? Oh, because this happens asynchronously? Oh my God. Is that what's happening here? If the script is a GD script, then start it asynchronously. Oh, we're starting it asynchronously no matter what? Yeah, we're starting it asynchronously no matter what. Oh my God. Well, we could just not await these, right? We don't actually need to have a dialogue run. We just needed to run through the beginning of this stuff. We don't wait for this, do we? No, we don't. Yeah. But if we're not waiting, then we're going to hit both of these things. Oh my God. All right, I'll just write this down as a bug for later. This is unfortunate. If you press start while the dialogue runner is warming up, you'll be able to see it. This is because dialogue runner starts a bunch of async tasks, but then we pause execution so you can see its presentation. All right, well, yeah, going back to this, all I was trying to do was enable the music. It's kind of funny that happened. I would have never found this bug. Just all right, we walk outside, super zoomed in. That guy never stops walking. I forgot to change the other timings. All right, so this has to match with this 2.2667. And then the player faces them once they come into view, which is probably like right there. And then they start their dialogue shortly thereafter. So we don't need all this extra time. Let's try this again. Yeah, I like that. Leave me alone. Okay, we gotta zoom in to a reasonable amount after this. So zoom camera out, regardless of what you pick. And I wonder if we can do this because we need. Maybe we put this here. And this is zoom camera in. And this goes back to the farming game, initializing this. Camera out, zoom camera in. So tween this back. We don't probably need this to do anything different here. Just go back to our original zoom level of 2.2. Yeah, let's see how that is. And hey, Stockton. All right. So ridiculous. All right, so you got to harvest some strawberries now. And then you should be able to get them. Then you go over to town. Yeah. What strawberries? Okay, that's really good. He's got to react to that though, right? Maybe we just say this is like welcome back closing. And this is what strawberries. And we make another one of these. Uh-huh. Well. Okay. What strawberries? Yeah, okay, that's pretty good. All right, I'm gonna give it 9 a point. That's pretty good. Now, what happens if you speed through this so fast that it doesn't finish the first camera tween? Does this like super mess up? So I just mash the buttons. Oh yeah, it super messes up. Okay. Oh, we can fix this pretty easily. We go make a private tween camera tween during cutscene. Then use this here. Done. And then here we just do kill. Okay. And that should do it. So now if I mash the button, shouldn't be a problem. Like it'll zoom in and then however far it got, it'll just start. Oop, that's not supposed to be the thing. Whoa, why are we able to move around? Okay, that's a big problem. Yeah, nice. That's all fine. Yeah, you should not be able to act before that though. Why is it happening? Welcome back, cutscene. The thing that calls this should set input disabled, yeah. This is the final thing that happens here. We call it, we set this to enabled, then we call the callback. Callback in this case is our callback here. Maybe this is false, but then how would the camera zoom be there? No, yeah, we must be calling this. What's going on? Yeah, we set player input enable, or yeah, disable this. And then does anything re-enable it? Enabled false. Yeah, so why are we able to move then at the beginning? No, now I can't. Was it because I was mashing buttons before that? Maybe we started an animation? I was just pressing this too fast? How did... Okay, that definitely happened. I saw it. I don't know where it is. Mute this. It's already muted. X out of this. Or what did I do? What happened there? In the house, you shoveled the floor? Let me go back to that. So I started this. I walked downward. I don't see the shovel animation being used there. It fades out. It fades back in. I was just able to move. Yeah, I just shoveled here. But I don't know what caused that to happen because I can't do that repeatedly. Or, sorry, repeatably. Yeah, I can't press anything now. Maybe Yeah, literally all I did is start. I was holding down, I guess, when I started. And maybe I was holding a button. Maybe I can let go of the button. Maybe it's got to be on the very first frame you enter. That's probably what it has to be. And then that probably messes everything else up. So I just need to mash this super fast. And I probably can't do that fast. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. And I don't even know for sure that it is a... No, it is a one frame trick. Okay. Wow, and you just get control over your character if you do that? They're just allowing this now? I think I know what's happening. I think physics process is causing our animation to start from the other scene. Where do we free the old scene? Q free. We don't free it. We just pause it. There's no time where you should be able to have your input be enabled. Yeah, that should just never happen, right? Because we check to see if you press the jump button, which is the shovel button, and then do this. And I guess we're doing this from the new game, the new zone. Let me take a look at this again. It's called make zone current. When we do this, this will set the player and it'll now be unpaused. So maybe you got paused in a state. No, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, you can't really, nothing really super breaks here. This isn't a gigantic problem, but it's a problem. All right, so we call this, we set player enabled, input enabled as false. Set it to true, but then immediately call the callback. This is synchronous code, by the way. And in the callback that we pass in, this is the whole callback here. So we check this, and then we immediately set input disabled. Hey, Bojo. I don't see the problem. There should be no actual physics frame where this thing is enabled. Yeah, I mean, we could print it. Is input enabled? This is going to print quite a lot though, because it's in physics process, which happens 60 times per second. But I want to see just as we walk out of the house and then close the game. So I'm gonna do this over here so I can click the pause button. Okay, now I hit play. So if I clear this, I'm not certain that I'm actually doing anything here. Let me try this again. So I'm going to pause execution. Go to the console. It's just going to be true. I'm going to hold down. I meant to do that differently. So it's never going back to true. It's just going from true to false. And then that's it. It's just false the rest of the time. So it means that there must be one frame that we enter this where it's still set to true and we're able to move. I just don't understand how that'd be possible, because the only thing that unpauses this is reparenting it. And the reparent happens here. So at this point, it might be unpaused. It won't get to run its physics process yet. Oh, maybe that's a problem. Yeah, maybe that's a problem. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Because set immediate is synchronous. So sure, there's a camera tween, but the camera tween is for something unrelated. So as soon as we get back from this, we set player input enable defaults. I don't know. I don't know what could be doing this. I also don't understand if all of this is synchronous too. There's no point in doing this and then this. Yeah. This all looks fine to me. Yeah, this all looks fine. Where do we trigger this? The callback, yeah. Set current zone on next frame. Why don't you disable it from the previous scene? So we're disabling it on the player class, and the player class is different across these scenes. So as soon as we have the correct player class, we do disable it. But something's going wrong, and I'm just not sure what is happening exactly. Wait, this would mean you could re-enter the house and then just skip the whole dialogue, right? I don't see what I'm doing wrong. All right, well, let's put a breakpoint here, and let's put a breakpoint on set player input enabled true. Oh, you know what might be doing it? Oh my God, this would be incredibly insidious if this is getting called. But I don't think that's happening, because I think I would have seen that. I was looking for it. But yeah, let's check out the timing of these three functions. I hope that's not what's going on. So this gets set to true. So if a physics process were to run now, which it shouldn't, if I put this here, we'll find out. No, we now immediately set it to false. And then physics process happens and it's now false. So you wouldn't be able to do anything here. So I guess you're preempting this. There's like one frame where this is true and it's running physics process first. That must be what's happening, but I still don't understand how that's possible, because the only way that physics process even runs is if this was reparented out of the pause zone. There's no way, right? Maybe reparenting it causes this to run once. Let's try it. So I want to get to that reparent point. There it is. Well, this is one of them. I guess I want this one. So now reparents. Now we go to farming player and we click this. No, it does not get to physics process. What? I don't get it. I think you should try again to trigger the behavior, because you're checking without it triggering the bug. Yeah. I'm not sure what we'd see in that. So we need to press the shovel button as soon as you enter this scene. And then what we're going to see is that is input enable is going to be true. So like, I already know that has to be the case, because otherwise we would never actually do this. Then we could force this over here. I could just say to try running this as soon as possible. Let's just do something really fast. Public static bool testeroni equals false. All right, we're going to set this to true as soon as you exit your house. And then over here, if this thing is true, then it will try using the shovel button immediately, which yeah. Let's see if that works. So I don't care about this. I just go out of here and it should try shoveling immediately. I don't think that worked, which means this can't actually be the problem. The only other thing I could think is that you started shoveling on the final frame of the prior scene. But I don't know why that would cause an issue. If you did that, we would call this force animation state, which would then let the then eventually call shovel tile. Which would call use shovel, which would go into here. Which we would just stop listening for it anyway. Well, all right. It's easy enough to test this. So we just allow the player to move while they're shoveling. Then we don't have any frame perfect input. So just delete this. All right, so now you can move while shoveling. So we just press the button and then press down. No, it finished it finished the entirety of it in the house scene. Yeah, now I can't move. So whatever happens in the house scene doesn't seem to matter unless I can somehow do it as it's fading out, which also doesn't seem like it's the case. Although maybe that's what's happening. If we're doing it on the final... No, I didn't see physics process get hit though. Oh man, I can't understand why this is happening. I should probably just ignore this for now too though. I want to think about that for just another second though. If we are in the old scene, it wouldn't be paused. No, but as soon as you start transitioning, it's paused. I don't think this is an engine bug. I think it's my bug. So you go into here somewhere, right? Yeah, so set current zone with fade. So we immediately set input to fall. Wait, no, we don't though. This happens on the next frame. Okay, I think I understand. Yeah. So we have one frame where we can send input to the prior scene. But then that would mean that I could repro this by just mashing the button before the scene fades in. But I can't, as a human at least, I can't tell the difference between when it's the old scene and the new scene because it's all black. But that's maybe the issue. So let me see. I guess we would do this just beforehand. The problem is that repro is so difficult to pull off. Maybe I can force it to happen. How do we do this? We got to go find this. I want to set testeroni to true here. And then not set it over here. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. I don't know. I'm going to just look into this later. It's a waste of my time. All right, so if you mash the shovel button as soon as you exit the house after the fever dream, you can shovel when input is supposed to be disabled. All right, I'm going to ignore this. I don't care. I do not care. This is a waste of time right now. So let's go look back at what we have over here. So delete this. This stuff is fine. That's fine. That's, I don't actually know what should be happening here. But let's, well, I guess this is pointless. Camera zoom, that's fine. That's fine. Delete it. Good. Great. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And that's everything. Okay. So we got a couple of bugs got to work out there. Did they start talking a little too fast? I feel like it's a little too fast. Maybe we just move this just a smidge. Oh, I didn't save that, did I? No, I did not. Oh, it saves automatically. Right. That's never a problem anymore because the Rider plugin does that. So now rather than just immediately start talking, okay, that's a little too much. A little bit back. Okay, let's try that as the middle ground. Still too much. I don't want to just stare you down and then say something. Should be a reasonable. It's better. Wait, so if you say what strawberries, maybe he should always say the whole "your grandpa would be proud" bit, because I need to communicate to the player that a bunch of time has passed, and not just that this is some other like weird fever dream bug related thing. Yeah, so maybe we just jump to can't get enough strawberries. Okay, that's probably better. So the only choice you have is whether you see this one line of dialogue. No, I guess he says, I haven't seen you in ages. Yeah, even at the beginning. Did you just teleport? He did. So many bugs. Okay. So, Tutorial Man teleports due to reusing the same closing part. What is it called? Done with opening dialogue. Yeah, I'll have to change that. Okay. But he still starts walking away, right? Yeah. See ya. I just put this in some random spot, right? Well, I guess it's still something we need to do. So many strawberries. Hey, Mr. D-Boy. Yeah, all right. Well, I guess this is good enough for now. Let's check this in. Ishoseki. Tutorial man, tutorial man. I think that will stay. That will like be his name. I do also sort of wonder if he should ever appear in other games, but in order for that to happen, it would mean he'd have to be an agent by our lore, and that is not something that's okay, I think. Okay, there we go. So add, this is all new, right? No, it's not new. Add camera zoom during welcome back dialogue. Your farm is now covered in strawberries. So I want to go back to the platformer game, but the platformer game doesn't have a way of... Oh, no. It's not the platformer game. It's a Fever Dream game. And then farm game starting state should just be fine. Shouldn't it set that as the state? I think we do that somewhere. Where do we set this? Platformer. This cannot be right. No, this can't be right. Yeah, this is wrong. This has to be wrong. Works for big tutorial. Yeah, I messed this up. We need to know whether you finished the platform or whether you finished the Fever Dream game. So this should say unfinished Fever Dream game. Okay, there. Now all we have to do is this. Duplicate these lines. Rename this. Call this. And put that there. Perfect. Okay, let's go try that out. Actually, no. We should start this from the very beginning and just make sure everything's working. Hey, Batman. We are just about to finish, unfortunately. In fact, let me snooze ads. Let's just set this to play normally. I don't think this even matters, does it? Okay, let's try this. So I'm gonna run through pretty much everything we have right now. Let's full screen this. Okay. This will always catch me off guard. Alright. I still want to change that get ready. I'm not super happy with that. Yeah, I like the art style. Definitely. I could speed that up. A lot of little polish things I want to do still. There are a lot of sound effects that are missing. But yeah. Oh, we should start you next to your bed. That's an important point. All right, let's just remember that. Start next to bed. All right, yeah. So now you'd harvest some strawberries and you'd go into town. And then it'll be mostly story that happens. So you'll go over there, you'll start talking to some NPCs. They're all kind of just meaningless. And then there's a character who is very intrigued by your discussions. Oh, which means that the NPCs need to give you a choice. I don't know if I wrote that down. In fact, maybe it's one of the NPCs that gives you a choice. Where is that? And make a choice with them. He runs up to you. I saw you talk to those NPCs. You're different. He doesn't have to see you make a choice with them, I guess. The whole point was that he... no, I don't think this is necessary. Because you prove it to him in this line of dialogue. Yeah. This will be pretty cool. I like this. Also, it's super cheap to add English right now, but it's going to be costly to translate all this stuff. Not watched your streams for a while, but your documenting process is very interesting, very in-depth. Yeah, I get that kind of comment a lot. I very much value staying organized and writing notes about everything. And I think it shows. Okay, so what did I say? Something about the bed? Oh, yeah. You should start next to the bed. Okay, I'll just write that down for now. When waking from the fever dream, you should start next to the bed rather than the door. Yeah. All right, I don't think we did anything else here, right? Oh, I did fix a bug. Fix bug with re-entering the farming game. I think it was treating the, or fix a bug with entering the farming game. I think it was always treating it like you had already, that you had come from the Fever Dream game. Yeah. Cool. Okay, I am going to get going. It is noon. I've been streaming for about 4 hours. This was just supposed to be a half day. Tomorrow is going to be a combination of probably piano improv and some FL Studio music creation. So we had that farming tune that you heard, and I've been working on a platformer tune, which, I mean, I might as well just play this now. So here's my work in progress. This is not by any means finished. Anyway, it goes on. But yeah, we got to clean this up. We got to polish this. And then how long is it? Yeah, it's like 42 seconds. I think that's fine. And then maybe work on some new tunes. So yeah, it'll all be music creation tomorrow. We'll probably plop some of the tunes into the game. But yeah, that's it for today. Thank you all for being here. I shall leave you with Kitboga. 40 seconds is a good loop already. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Especially because it's not a very long game. And the nice thing about looping music is if it's not driving you nuts, hearing it like twice is not so bad. Hearing it 3 or 4 times might be. Okay, cheers everybody. Here's the Discord server if you want to join, and I shall see you tomorrow. Goodbye.